I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and this is the final day of the round 4 of the 2025 World Team Carcassonne Online Championship. We have a lot of Carcassonne content prepared for today, 9 hours worth of play, and we're going to be starting small. First of all, there are going to be 3 matches in the morning. It is now a very early European morning, maybe a bit of a more manageable time of day if you're in a different part of the world. And we're going to start with a Group A encounter between Australia and Hungary. Then in 2 hours, after a little break, we're going to be continuing with Catalonia against China with some tournament table implications for the same Group A. And then after that, we're going to have a look at Malaysia versus Japan. Also after a little bit of a break. And this is going to conclude our first part of the mega stream. So this is what we expect for the next 5.5 hours. We're going to do the preview of the second part of the day in the second stream that is going to happen later in the late afternoon, early evening, depending on your time zone. So in 3 minutes, we'll be starting the matches, plural. Let's look at the tournament situation in Group A. So this is the penultimate round. Hong Kong has already defeated Finland. So Finland's, that's why these guys have played 4 matches. And these guys have played 3 matches. Finland's still atop the group, but this might change if China delivers against Catalonia 2 hours from now. But for star is Australia against Hungary. So both of these teams, as you can see, have not won a game, have not won a match rather so far. For Australia, at least, it is to be expected as the newcomer of this year. They're kind of just coming here for experience and for a good time, and maybe to try and fight for 1 or 2 wins with one of the stronger teams. For Hungary, though, it has to be a bit disappointing given the fact that they're the reigning bronze medalist. So you remember their star performance of the 2024 World Cup. But sometimes it does happen. You have a good year and then you have a not so good year. So the chances for playoffs are not that great for both teams. Surprisingly, they're still not 0. So let's say if Hungary wins today against Australia and wins their last encounter, and then they hope that Catalonia and Hong Kong both lose, then Hungary is going to be tied with 2 victories in 5 matches with both of these. And if Hungary wins big, they're going to have a better tiebreaker. Now, of course, the tiebreaker is not that good at all, but you can have a good tiebreaker after 3 losses. So let's say if they win today against Australia, like 4-1 or 5-0, and win their last match as well, then everything is possible for them. But of course, it also depends on Catalonia and Hong Kong losing. So Hungary will be for sure rooting for China later today. But of course, this is not a very likely scenario. In all likelihood, we're going to see the playoff spots being played between these here 4 teams. As for the preview of this match, it is actually pretty interesting because if we go to the lineups here, which you see already on the screen, it looks like Hungary is giving their leaders a rest. Chila Varga is not playing, Ferenc Kiss is not playing. So of course, the strongest player of Hungary with the screen name Siegfried is playing, the reigning runner-up of the World Championship. And he is expected to defeat the player with the screen name Smurf on table 1. So that's one probably going to be, he should take care of business for Hungary there. So our eyes will be mostly on other tables. On table 2, the captain of Australia, MEGASTREAM, will be playing against Robil of Hungary. These guys have a bit more of an even rating, and that should be an interesting matchup as well. Fat Eyes against Eater. Eater a slight favorite, but rating-wise, completely doable for Fat Eyes. Table 4 especially, this is where the main chances of Australia lie. Shane is going to be playing against Tildy. Now, Tildy's peak rating, of course, is higher, but not like by super much. I think it's 500 something, if I'm not mistaken. And on table 5, Koralos is expected to be the favorite against Rob W. So the path to victory for Australia would be definitely winning on tables 2 and 4, and then try and get something going either on table 3 or on table 5. And that's why I want to really start this one with table 4. But they haven't started playing yet. And also, why is Shane offline? Oh no, are we going to have another technical loss here? Because I need to remind y'all that the time rules of this championship are pretty strict. Yeah, and we can see that Tildy already joined her tournament. And Shane is not online. So hopefully everything's okay with them. They have 4 minutes to join. And if you don't join in 4 minutes, then you forfeit not only the game, but also the entire duel. So very strict time rules. Fortunately, the Australian does get to their computer in time. And away we go. Tildy with her traditional blue. Shane with red. Tildy with the starting player, starting a new city. Shane equalizes standard opening. Blue starting a new road. Red equalizes so far, keeping everything the same. New road for Tildy. Oh, well, this is a mistake not to meeple that road, and that's why red immediately snatches it off. Yeah, you really want to be placing your meeples this early in the tournament. Sorry, this early in the game. So, Shane now connects to Tildy City, and Tildy immediately reattacks. A new city for Shane. Monastery for Tildy for 4 points. The first monastery of the game. Overall, a really good position for blue, actually, especially now that... I mean, red is going to, of course, complete the road for 5 points and be the first on the scoreboard, but this road end can easily be taken advantage of by Tildy. But although it's not that easy for her to find the move, like the move is actually to go here and to place your last meeple on your city cap. And, you know, placing your last meeple is something that can go wrong pretty easily. And that's why Tildy, well, yeah, so wait, I don't get this move. So she's going to place the last meeple anyway. And she's going to pass up on this monastery. But then why not do that in this superior position? Now, the reason why this move is definitely a mistake, even though it's not going to cost her. Well, first of all, she is going to pass out on this road monastery for not having meeples. But second is that this square is kind of annoyingly vulnerable. So Shane could have just attacked this with a straight line and then kind of made life difficult for this road and for this monastery at the same time. A very early Australian farmer in the meantime for 0 points. Of course, there are some green squares for future development. And again, if this farmer makes sense for anticipation, because, you know, we kind of expect Tildy to steal our city here for 12 points at some point with any Dorito tile, or even 14 points if it's a Sheila Dorito tile. She's probably going to finish the city here, probably going to finish the city here. There's a shared city, you know, waiting to happen. So this farmer could easily score like 12 points or something. Red figures he has meeples, so why not invest one? Red, now with a Dorito tile. Not obvious actually what to do with this. So a standard move is probably just continuing his city here. That would be a 4-point move or like 3.8 in expected value, something like this, because it's kind of tricky for Tildy to reattack. First of all, she might not want to spend her last meeple on doing this, and second, there are not too many tiles to begin with. Instead, Shane just starts fighting here for a big city, which also makes sense, but then the Dorito tile is not like that easy to... How do I say this? The Dorito tile is not that threatening, because let's say if Shane connects with another Dorito here, Tildy's going to have a platform to reattack over here. And she has a monastery now, though, and she's going to go here for 6 points. Definitely a respectable use of her last meeple. Now, her meeple situation, again, desires some improvements. But now that she managed to cover up her city, she just needs to wait for a city cap or a sequence of road tiles. Also, I think a bit of a miss for Shane not being able to equalize this city for sure, because now Tilde is catching up close on the scoreboard and she has a lot of threats. Now she has a better position overall, I believe. Shane, of course, is attacking this city here, but there are plenty of things that the Hungarian can do. You know, she can just go attack here right now, which, yeah, is an option. But it goes south. It could go south really quickly because now she doesn't have places to easily recover the meeple, and Shane can now start blocking this square or blocking this square. Oh, but we see a misclick from the Australian. Of course, Red was trying to take 3 points for a road. Instead, he drops another 3-point farmer. Make no mistake, it's an absolutely, it's defo a misclick. Though it's not a fatal misclick, because at least this field could be developed in the future, but now we have to work for it a lot. We have to get like a curve, some city caps, and so on. Yeah, definitely unpleasant loss here. Shane with 3-point monastery, trying to take advantage of his meeple situation. Tilde probably going to connect to this city over here. Now it's tied 2 versus 2, and Shane now pre-building an 8-point city, taking advantage of the fact that he has meeples and his opponent doesn't. Tilde doesn't seem to care. That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. I honestly, of course she needed to take out the city. Even if she can't take it herself, we can't give this city for the Australian. Like, this 8-point city could easily be game decisive. Not only that, this move for Tilde actually made this monastery vulnerable and also indirectly expanded Shane's field. So she's quite fortunate that she is not stuck here for a longer time without meeples. In the meantime, the city here left unattended. I felt like Shane had plenty of blocking tiles, just didn't take advantage of them, and that's why Tilde finishes a 14-point city with not much resistance for the Australian. Well, now he's blocking now, of course, and look at this starting tile for Tilde. Now she cannot get her meeple back from here at all, actually, because all 3 tiles that would fit there have gone out. So that's something going for the Australian, but overall -11 on the scoreboard. 2 very dubious farmers. Well, at least one of these guys has potential. The other one, of course, a result of a misclick, but still gotta keep a cool head. A lot of Carcassonne left to play, but an unenviable position for the play with the red meeples here. New city for Tilde, and I kind of like this strategically. So starting a city just away from the action, I maybe think it's a move which is a tad risky. For example, Shane now with this tile here could have just gone here and tried to attack the big ruin. And I don't like leaving this possibility open from Tilde's perspective, because she's ahead. Like, all she needs to do is just wait for the end, get aim to end really. She now takes 4 points, increasing her scoreboard lead. Also, interestingly, that this move, and it does still restrict this field a lot. Tilde now almost finishing her monastery, expanding Shane's field, but that's a price she is willing to pay. 9 points on the field so far, but a 6-point loop and a meeple back now makes her advantage, I'm not going to say obscene, but something close to that. Quadruple city tile to further restrict poor Shane's field. At least he's going to finish a monastery and start a new road. That's actually a nice idea, to build all the way like this. So both players are actually now racing for a curve, and Shane gets it. Starting a new road which goes all the way through here, through that monastery, and also blowing up the field a little bit some more. This certainly benefits the Australian player, because Tilde is attacking the field at the top, or at the very least she meepled this 6-point field very close to the main field of Shane. Now, after the expansion of this field, there's this platform at the bottom for a field attack. Shane now finishing a road, but not meepling a new one. I'm not sure about this, because this gives back an opportunity for Tilde to score that 4-pointer there. In the meantime, she starts a new city, trying to also obstruct a little bit Shane's city, but that ain't gonna happen. Tilde with a monastery, probably looking to go here or here. Yeah, that makes sense. Trying to put pressure on the square, but because she didn't go here and didn't eliminate the field connection, Shane's now right back at her with an almost guaranteed farmer here. So he's going to now reclaim the 2 versus 1 majority on what's looking like a much more juicy field. 1, 2, 3, 4 completed cities for 12 points, 5 and 6 for 18 points waiting to happen. That's why Tilde wastes no time trying to re-attack this city, the field with another meeple, and she gets a monastery pull immediately. And Shane's gonna re-attack with a 3rd farmer. Tilde's gonna finish the monastery here. I'm not even sure if there's still tiles remaining to fit there. We're gonna find this out in a second. And yes, there are, but Shane, first of all, wants to finish his city rather than attacking the farm. Tilde now also finishing her city. Yikes! And going for a farm. Now the question is, does Shane have a tile in hand to connect to the main field or not? And no, he does not. And no, he does not. But from his perspective, making this move instead of connecting to the farmer is not necessarily bad, because there was another divider still, and we kind of have to hope that Tilde doesn't have it really, because now the fields are equal. This farmer is not going to make it into the field, and also, of course, there's this curve anyway. It could have been used to connect. And somehow the Hungarian player is going to end up with 3 more field points, because the main field is tied, and the main field does in fact score 18. And then, of course, Shane has this 3-point misclick from earlier, and Tilde has 6 points here at the top, and 3 points over here as well. So she should win this by 13 points. Which now actually makes me think, from Shane's perspective, could he have guaranteed himself the win if with this tile he were to connect to the field instead? And I think this actually might be the case. So let me think about this. Nah, not really, because you see, if he goes here and connects to the field, then he has 6 points fewer for this city, and he has, what, 4 points fewer for the road that he took. So he has 10 fewer points. He has 18 more, because you see, so he got himself a butterfly tile at the end, and then with this butterfly tile he would have just completed an empty city. So the size of the field would still be the same. Oh, and Tilde's field would actually be less, because this city would not be completed. Wait a minute. So he'd be, he'd be -6 because of this, -4 because of that, but Tilde will be -3. So Shane would have had 7 less, but the field is 18, and he lost by 14. So this means basically he would have lost still by 3 points. Well, it's kind of tricky though. You know what? If Tilde doesn't get her city here, then obviously Shane still wins. So I think regardless of what you do with this here tile, it's just about Tilde having the divider in hand that did him in. So I think from Shane's perspective, going here might be better, because you know what? If Tilde were to get her divider as the last tile rather than the penultimate tile, then actually she would not have the meeple to take this 3-point field extra. And then when all is said and done, the players would tie, and because Tilde was the starting player, Shane would have actually won the game. Yeah, so it does appear that this move, that the counterintuitive move of not completing your own city, but simply using this tile as a farming tile to connect your meeple, was the move that gave the Australian the greater probability for victory. It's not easy to calculate, and obviously now we know only as all the tiles are remaining, but with 9 minutes remaining on the clock, definitely a bit more thought would be required in that critical situation. Hi, Ian. So they are now playing their second game. And this is actually looking very, very good for Hungary. Somehow she's already 20 points ahead in just under a couple of minutes, and she's already ahead on the well, the field is sort of equal, but honestly I feel that it's going to be very difficult for the Australian to come back. I mean, the only thing that he has is really just this road, but the road is not even that good. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to just assume that Tildy's gonna take care of business here. Well, you know what? Let's just spend a couple of moves watching. Yeah, okay, now Tildy's gonna finish the city, drop a farmer. That's the greatest threat in Carcassonne. So she's ahead on everything. And there's only one platform to re-attack the field, and it is from here. But then Shane kind of has other things that he needs to take care of. Maybe having this big city. Yeah, overall, this looks just really, really grim for Australia here. Let's see if there's any better luck on other tables. So Eater is still finishing their first game against Fat Eyes. 0 tiles are remaining in this one. The points are being counted, and at least the scoreboard looks pretty close. Okay, let me just actually make these sounds a little bit quieter, because I feel like opening 2 games at once really does a number. Alrighty. Where were we? So Fat Eyes versus Eater. A tied field for 36 points. Then the second largest field this week. The largest field was 39 points in one of yesterday's game. I don't quite remember each one. And the Hungarian does win here with 6 points. But this duel appears to be a little bit closer, so we will be looking into what's happening in the second game. Eater already joined the tournament. Now we're just waiting for Fat Eyes. So 4 points for Fat Eyes. She's going to be the starting player there. In the meantime, in the other game, Tildy's advantage is just absolutely obscene, and the 3 monasteries for Shane are not going to do much. She also now connects. Yeah, I think this was the biggest chance for Shane here, trying to finish the big city. And honestly, that was the kind of stuff that you need to do when you're this far behind. Because finishing the big city is so much better than fields or roads or whatever, just because you double the points, you get your meeple back. But it appears that this tile came to Tildy just in time to try and block the square, and even the connection to the city is going to keep the advantage completely impossible here. So this one appears to be closer. And Eater, though, does have the slight advantage, because Red's monastery here, that's the Australian player, has 4 points over here. Eater's is 6. And then also this meeple here is trying to invade the city on the left. Although her meeple here is a little bit vulnerable. So it's close, it's close. Now this is an interesting move from Fat Eyes. I think it's trying to be a bit too ambitious, but the idea of this move is trying to block the square. I like the idea, but I would have preferred to wait for a different tile there. First of all, is because Fat Eyes has a couple of critical squares next to her monastery to resolve, which are a bit vulnerable. And second, because there's some scenarios how this square is blocked, but then green can connect into the city that way. For example, she could do it right now. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of stuff that it was talking about. So it actually gives her more connection tiles. Now this forces, of course, red to attack the ruin instead, but all tiles spent on attacking the ruin are tiles that are spent on not building the city, and that is the problem. Now, very nice cover-up of both of these invasion squares. Eater is looking to get one of the 4 Doritos to get into here, and she's also looking to get 2 parallel city caps, trying to invade over here. Oh, and another monastery for the Hungarian. Now, this actually makes green's position really, really good, because not only is it a 5-point monastery, it's also one that can serve as a road end for this 8-point road. Green now finishes the city, and so relinquishes the idea of trying to go over here with a parallel city cap tile and invade. In the meantime, Fat Eyes also covers up the city to make sure that none of the players can draw, neither of the players can draw a splitter tile and attack the city like this. So in all likelihood, it is going to be shared unless Red now takes some quick points to catch up on the scoreboard, also making this monastery a tad more vulnerable, but maybe I would have preferred the 3 points at the bottom here. Each herd starts a new road, whilst also building the city under her control. But we can see the plan now. The first farmer of the game for 6 points, and a couple of green squares come down. Maybe a tad premature farmer, but the main purpose of this move was, of course, to try and obstruct the square. And it is quite a severe obstruction. There's only 1 tile remaining in the square because these here 2 guys, the daggers, have gone out. High self-evident. So what is Eater gonna do? She just starts a new city. What I think both players are kind of neglecting the idea. I would really like for somebody to go here, like either for Fat Eyes or for Eater, and try and win against this big city. Honestly, this is just extremely painful to deal with because there's still 2 triple city tiles. So for a 75% chance to draw one of them, but the reward is like, it's so big because you can even invade the city and even complete it, and this feature would absolutely be a game decisive. It's like a 40-point city at the very least. In any case, Red is trying to block Green's monastery here, but Green doesn't care because they're building another one. Crossroad tile for Green also will enable them to get a meeple back. From the road at the bottom, I assume. But instead, they chose to defend the monastery, and I don't think that's really what you should be doing with the lead. Because the thing is, like, many players at the sort of early expert level gets, I think, too cautious about protecting their meeples. And you have to protect your meeples, but also you have to realize that there is a cost. And for example, now she could just easily have gone here, gotten herself at least a temporary meeple majority, so that she would have a few moves with 2 meeples versus 1 up until Red draws a crossroad herself to finish the monastery here. But another reason also I don't like this move is that the protection of this meeple, I don't know, there's already only a 50% chance of the meeple recovery, and it doesn't seem to be like a game decisive feature or anything. And it also gives back some interesting opportunities because this city here is up for grabs. And if Fat Eyes gets the last Dorito tile, she could go over here, meeple the city, and then hope to put the dagger here herself, giving an Eater a meeple back, but taking herself a 14-point city at the very least in the process. In the meantime, we see a road attack, which is rather ambitious and I think a little bit unnecessary from Fat Eyes, because her position is not, it's not that bad. She's not far enough to be doing stuff like this. And if this were not her last meeple, that would be a different question. Oh, but that's a very lovely move. So now that's a Sophie's choice block, because both of these monasteries need the same dagger tile. So at least one of these meeples are trapped, if not both. But yeah, but now the problem with this here move is that red is going to be without meeples for a little bit too long, and the rewards for that, even though this invasion is likely to be completed, is just not that great of a reward, because it's 7 points only. So the road is simply not that great. Eater, in the meantime, has free reign to score quick points. And look at this. Just out of these empty city caps, Eater already got 10, but finally a curve for Fat Eyes, putting her back in the game. But there's some other problems in the position for Fat Eyes. For example, yeah, okay, so players exchange quick points, but I was going to say that there are multiple counter fields already being created, and she does take care of one of them, but there are others as well. Dorito tile for Eater. Both players don't want to take a stab at the top city just yet, nor are they getting good tiles. Each immediately reattacked. So this here, field scoring tile for Fat Eyes. Probably looking to score 3 points over here or 3 points over here. Yeah, on the left is indeed a little bit more precise. And believe it or not, she still has a path back into this game. So first of all, got to get that meeple back here. And I see how from Eater's perspective, it might be actually tempting to do something like this and score 4 quick points. But then maybe this move is a bit more precise, because if you can block 2 meeples of your opponent, even at this stage in the game, it could matter a lot. Instead, 4 points for Eater in the left parts of the board, just chipping away at the scoreboard lead. Fat Eyes gets a triple city and defends the monastery a little bit imprecisely. It was a little bit better to go here. Oh, and GG is saying Eater because the critical tile was... GG is saying Fat Eyes because the critical tile was drawn here by Eater. Yeah, there's just really not all that much that we can do. Of course, we have to attack here with our last meeple. And this big city here was being prepared like for the entire game, for the eventuality that this tile would be drawn. But also note that we didn't even have to save this meeple. It was probably even better or not better necessarily, but just as good for Eater to go here and meeple a 9-point field instead and finish this monastery. So take your pick. Minus 16 for Fat Eyes, but at least finally she gets a monastery meeple out. A long-suffering monastery meeple. It's going to give her the 9 points, though. Curvy tile for Fat Eyes. Probably looking to do something like this. Meeple the 6-point field. It says her last meeple, but you know, at this point, yeah, I have to just risk a little bit harder. And also I see that there appears to be a Dorito tile still available. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so the 5th one could go here to equalize the city points and also to give this farmer some more love for a 3rd completed city. So with 16 points behind, it's probably better to go here and drop a farmer. She also might have the idea of trying to finish this city instead, but equalizing the opponent's city here only requires 1 tile instead of 2, and would also just net her a bit more points. Also, it's possible to finish the city and drop a farmer, actually, and then try to connect all the fields and win a majority on the field here with 12 points. So she's in the tank here a little bit. It's not a very easy decision. Let's just have a look at the other games real quick. Yeah, so Tilde Now we saw this Tildy's game against Shane. What about the second game? Only 28-point difference. Honestly, this position looked so bad that losing only minus 28 seems like a success from there. Early opening disadvantage for Shane. They will be losing this duel 2-0, and with that, I think this was really Australia's main hope for this match. In the meantime, Corrales also won 2-0, but not without difficulty against Rob W335, with only a 2-point difference over here. So Australia will be winning this match, as I believe Eater here is going to prevail, or should prevail at the very least. But we can see a nice blocking move here from Fat Eyes, so the purpose of this is try to not allow a field invasion over here. And it does benefit red to have this field separate. First of all, green is ready to get not one but two meeples and eat this poor farmer up. And second, upon the completion of this city will be touching the field of red, but not the field of green, giving red a slight advantage there. Still a 7-point for Eater. 7-point move for Eater. Fat Eyes now has a chance to probably meeple some farms at this point, because we just have to hope for that Dorito tile as soon as possible for the city on the right. Let me try and zoom out a little bit. Oh, that move also makes a lot of sense, actually. Building up her field. Now this city cap will be taken advantage of, I assume. Eater should probably take the 1 point to take out that city cap, or they might just actually go on this here 6-point field. That seems just as good, really. Or in case if there is a straight line remaining, yeah, make a move like this, which also is quite painful. Well, Fat Eyes does get the straight line to her relief, although another tile would be much better needed for her. But hey, at least she's not going to be losing this sizable field here at the bottom. And a 6-point field for red on her penultimate move. Curvy tile for Eater, probably using it to unify the fields at the bottom. That'll be a net 5-point move, because I still see only 4 Doritos on the board, so the last tile in Fat Eyes' hands should be the Dorito, meaning that this here field will be worth 9 points in the end, and so it makes sense for Eater to go here and unify her 6-point field with Fat Eyes' soon to become 9-point field. So that'll be the most precise play. But if you don't see that option, then there are plenty of 3-point moves available. You know, you take a 3-point road, 3-point field, yeah, she just goes for the field. Fat Eyes does have the Dorito, so at least my tile counting is on point. And the shared city is completed. That's just a tad too late, because neither of the parties will be able to use that city. And this one's gonna have quite the advantage for Eater. Yeah, that second monastery on the row was definitely something. I kind of feel that maybe both sides were playing a bit cautiously, because you see the features are very small. You know, there's a 9-point field over here, 9-point field, 9-point field over here, just no really big features. And this city, the huge ruin, didn't even end up being connected, because I was thinking that somebody would really want to go over here and try to just overrun everything, but both players kept things a little bit more cautious. As a result, Eater scored more quick points for some city caps, and minus 16 is the score for the Australian. Solid effort, but just wasn't quite meant to be. And in the meantime, even though the match is not over yet, we do congratulate Hungary for winning this, because Tildy won against Shane 2-0, Corrales won against Rob 2-0, Eater won against Fat Eyes 2-0. Wait, why is it not updating? Huh. No, it's just updating a little bit slowly. Wait, let me try something. Oh no, it's just updating a little bit slowly. Everything is completely fine. So let's see what's happening on table 2. Maybe for some tiebreakers and some good feeling, will Me Got No Skill manage, contrary to their screen name, deliver a tiebreaker point for their team? Now, they did lose the first game against Robil. They're now closer to the end of their second one. Both players expert level. Robil 30 higher rating, 30 rating points more. And this one actually looks pretty good for red here, and that's the Australian pair, so we might be headed into a decider, although I'm not sure. So this position is still very unclear with 10 tiles remaining. Let's take a deeper dive. First of all, 5 points on the scoreboard for Me Got No Skill. There's a big field fight, sort of a bit of a field fight in the center, so there's this one meeple here, which is touching 1, 2, 3, 4 completed cities at the very least. But it could be 5 cities if Me God gets his city cap over here. And it could be 6 cities if Me God gets, well, actually, if either player gets the triple city over here. So this is sort of equal. And something interesting just occurred. So red was trying to attack this field. And, you know, why not attack a 12 or even greater point field? And Robil used the city cap to not finish a city on the right, but instead just try and block this square. And Me got no getting a starting tile. Yeah, so this was actually a bit of a convoluted form of a defense, it appears. A completed city for Me God is here. And I think this is something that Robil might overlook. So he did use this here tile as a blocking tile. But actually this farmer has a path into the field through the other way. Now still it's going to be a couple of tiles before this may happen. So Robil might want to drop a farmer to equalize. But hey, Me God just finished the monastery. And look at this. That was actually a bit of a weird defense. And it totally worked out. Both starting tiles were drawn by Me God. This city is also kind of threatening because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there's still one Dorito tile remaining to actually connect the cities over here and even maybe threaten its completion. So 14 points down on the scoreboard for Robil, but he does have the control of the field. Overall, still a better position for Me God because of the 8-point monastery, because of the city threat, and because of the threat of uniting these farmers, which I believe is still possible. Let's just double check the number of the remaining curves real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No curves remaining. So this sort of route, it's actually not really doable. How are we doing for vanilla city caps? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, for example, a vanilla city cap like this and a straight line like this could be a problem. Yeah, so Robil could easily blunder here. Like if they do this, for example, if they just want to score a 4-point road, which is a natural move at this stage of the game, they could do that. And then they're going to give red a chance to go here with a vanilla city cap tile and connect. No monasteries remaining. So this would be pretty interesting for Robil, but do you want to spend a move just on blocking? Because you're kind of a little bit behind and you need to score. Let's actually calculate a bit more precisely. So what are the points on the board? 6 points for this city, 3 points for this city for now, 8 points for this monastery, and 4 points for this road. Yeah, and I don't think it's going to quite work, because Robil invests yet another meeple, but they're not in a position to try and go this hard on the field. And what Me got to realize is that if he just ignores the field fight, he's going to be all good, I think. So again, what was like 3 8s, so that's 11, and then 4 6, so that's 10. Yeah, so you see, this is interesting. With the field, because the field is like basically the scoreboard lead of Me God, because the field is 15. The players were completely and absolutely tied. So if Robil were just to make a waiting move, maybe just going over here, taking 1 road point, he would already be ahead. Now the players are still tied, except that Robil has spent another meeple. Now, it's not impossible for him to draw something here. Yeah, Megat is dropping into the farm, which actually makes a lot of sense. So first of all, of course, he's trying to connect to the main field, and it was doable with another starting tile remaining, which makes this move actually even better, looking earlier before. Very counterintuitive defense here by Megat. And the point of this farmer is that not only is it trying to connect to here, if it fails, then it's going to score at least 3 points in its own right. So at the moment, Megat should be ahead 3 points here. And Robil's going to have this tile and one other tile to play, and Megat's still going to have 2 moves. Yeah, that is not great. Not great at all for the Hungarian player, and I think that Australia is going to manage this one. We will see a decider for ourselves in this duel. Six minutes on Robil's clock. Maybe let's try to help them and figure out the remaining tiles a little bit. And I think there should still be a Dorito. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, there's no Dorito remaining. So the idea of red trying to go and take these points should probably not be working. Oh, but there's a triple city, no? Yeah, there's a horse. There's a horse. There's a horse that goes over here. Yeah, it's really tough for Robil. Maybe going here is an option. Because we gotta try and prevent Megat from getting the horse and getting these city points, which would be a way for them to score 6 without the investment of a meeple. Or yeah, there's still a horse. Yeah, I'm just wanted to triple check that. On the other hand, from Robil's perspective, if we just go here and take 4 quick points, which is really just net 1 point, and then we try and hope, yeah, this is what he does. Then we try and hope for the horse, and then we can use the horse to go here and score a lot of points. Now maybe Robil could have gone here for 5 points now. Instead, Megat gonna connect over here and just take advantage of all of these tiles that he pre-built. But that was another problem, you see, from Robil's perspective. So that's why I understand his move, because there are just so many threats. There was this tile available, and it was like either Megat gets the horse and expands his city, or he gets this tile and scores 7 points in his own field. And so that's why I understand Robil's move, trying to just so take out this threat, take him 1 point in the process, and then hope for the horse and trying to just get extra field points from completing of this shared city. The problem is that the third remaining tile with a straight line. So this move, like, it's so awesome. It's created 3 unblockable threats. And like, and what are you gonna do with them? It's sort of, yeah, the end game was completely dominated by the Australian here. And it's so beautiful, like threats in different part of the board. You have the city threat, the field connection threat, the city cap threat, and also earlier this field invasion threat. Even though it was a 0-point farmer, it actually did do a valuable job of forcing Robil to spend a valuable city cap here on blocking rather than finishing their own city. So yeah, lovely endgame from the Australian here, and they are now headed into a decider. Now, in order to qualify for the playoffs, to still have a mathematical chance, Hungary needs to take every tiebreaker point they can get, and this would include winning on this table as well. And what's going to help them with the starting player advantage is the Hungarian player with blue meeple places one on a curve, and they are not going to have the sort of endgame disadvantage that they did in the previous game. They're also going to be the first to score 4 points. Megat with a standard response with a meepleless road on the right. Actually, one of the rare situations in Carcassonne openings where the first move can, in fact, come without a meeple and still be correct. Although responses with a meeple here are also possible. Already starting a new city, putting a bit of pressure on this square. Although there is a problem that if a straight line is drawn by Robil, then this 8-point road might become an unblockable loop for blue in a position where blue already has a bit of an advantage, but it's a fantastic tile from Megat here, and he just goes for normal stuff, going for a rhombus-shaped city. Is he gonna do this again? That's kind of fun. So both players drawing back-to-back Doritos, trying to build rhombus-shaped cities in different part of the board. Now this city is slightly more valuable because of the 2 shields, but this here is a super interesting tile. So many options. So the first move that jumps to mind is to not do anything here and actually just use this tile as an invasion tile to try and thwart the potential of Robil City. The second move that comes to mind is to do something like this. And because 4 Doritos have gone out, then we can kind of just try and finish the city with 2 city caps instead. This move I don't like because it's simply using the splitter tile as a Dorito tile, right? So normally with a splitter tile, which is statistically the second most useful tile in the entire deck of Carcassonne, after the Road Monastery, of course, then one of the reasons why it's so good is because it's a 4-point tile. So there's a 2-point segment here with the city cap, and there's a 2-point segment here. But if you use them as one tile only for one feature, then it's just a 2-point segment over here. So you are underutilizing the potential of that tile. And we can also see that red gets his city invaded regardless. So lots of valuable tiles used here. And then Robil will manage to invade over here. Now it's not over. It's still possible to draw the other splitter and finish this regardless. It's still possible to maybe block this square in the future. It's still possible to take a 3rd city cap and try to do something like this to re-invade on the right. Not with this tile though. It's a fantastic monastery. It goes very well here, for example, to equalize blue's monastery. It goes decently here with one slightly vulnerable square just for 4 points. It goes pretty well here for 3 points, creating an attacking platform against this blue city. And these squares look vulnerable, but in fact they really aren't. Instead, Megat's gonna go here for 3 points. That is pretty, for 2 points. That's interesting because it controls 2 features, and Megat gets the other splitter. Are you kidding me? So after all, he'll be taking advantage of all these shielded tiles and going 10 points ahead on the scoreboard. But it's not a bad position for Robil at all. Like, he's only down 6 points on the scoreboard. He has the better developed monastery. He has a city on the right. He has a road which actually looks more decent than it might seem. The thing with this road, it actually contains some threats. So first of all, number one tile that we want to get is something like a cow tile from Robil. And we want to place it over here to just abuse this monastery. And second, we're going to get a straight line over here to fully block the square, maybe even with a farmer, because I see all of these fields here uniting into one big 9-point field with a lot of green squares. And strategically, once we've blocked this monastery, which should be a likely outcome at this point, then we're going to have a meeple advantage to fight for the big field from Robil's perspective. And this is the kind of long-term strategical thinking that even this early in the game, you can absolutely plan for. Now, neither player get the tile to accomplish their objectives, but a fantastic draw from MEGASTREAM. Again, he's on the previous move, he started a new city, also creating an attacking platform against Robil, and now Robil was kind of trying to cover up his road, but this is huge for MEGASTREAM. He cuts the road in half, snatches the 5 points over here, leaving Robil with another 5 points here, and also, very importantly, protects his monastery. Although a lot of dagger tiles have gone out. In fact, there's only one dagger of each kind remaining in the deck, which also means that there is some blocking potential against this monastery regardless. So let's say Robil finished the city, then he goes with a same cow tile and then blocks the square toward the 50-50, and if not block this monastery permanently, at least severely delays the release of this meeple, which should give him enough control of the field, enough time to take the stronghold on the field. The problem with this is that, like, after these 5 points from MEGASTREAM, his scoreboard lead makes the win condition of the Australian much more flexible, because now that he has scored a little bit more, a fieldless win potentially is more in the cards. I don't think it's quite going to happen yet. We can see also a farmer here, which makes a lot of sense, because you see, like, he's kind of anticipating the vulnerability of the square. I would not have made this move, because so you take advantage of one, sort of, you take care of one vulnerable square, but then there's another vulnerable square with any straight line. Now Robil can all but block this guy. I mean, the farmer is certainly appealing. It's going to be worth at least 6 points, but probably really more, because all the field is going to be connected. You know, this city could be completed over here. If Robil doesn't get a straight line in time, and again, it's very rare that players are just praying for a straight line, but a straight line is something that you really, really want here. It's blue trying and block this square. Like, if blue doesn't get a straight line soon enough, then red can finish this city over here, and that's going to be just really, really bad. But a straight line does come for Robil, a straight line of strategic significance. This monastery is severely delayed, if not permanently blocked. Now also this city becomes a bit more safe. And what Robil can do is simply patiently wait for one of the 5 Dorito tiles remaining in the deck, finish the city for 12 points or 12, for 10 points or 12, and then create, without even having to spend an extra tile, a platform on permanently blocking the square. Another option is just for blue to get the city cap over here. MEGASTREAM with a monastery, probably at this meeple disadvantage long term. He's looking to score 4 quick points rather than meeple a monastery. But then, hey, this move is also kind of appealing too. Also, this move is quite appealing because this city, not a huge fan, is actually kind of vulnerable, and by kind I mean a lot vulnerable. With any big tile, Robil can go over here and create another unpleasant block against this square. A curvy tile from MEGASTREAM. He does go for the monastery, which also I understand, and even though it costs him a meeple in the moment, the idea with this 4-point move is that it is only 4 points, and the monastery upon completion is going to, well, this is a 6-point move, and then you're going to have some 1-point moves here, so it's going to be what? So 6 points for this tile, 1, 1, 1, 1. So it says 10 points with 5 tiles. That's a pretty good deal, actually. And then this road can be taken later. Another reason why MEGASTREAM didn't want to take this road is probably that would expand the field by a little bit too much. A field which is tight at the moment, but blue generally has more potential on it. Just because of his meeple situation in the long term, like he's going to finish the city and stuff. Robil is making here a serious mistake. It might work out for him, but the problem with this sort of move, I know the desire to try and play against both monasteries, but you have to be really, really patient here. Because you're playing against this square, but you're also playing against a much, much better square of your city. And Robil really doesn't want to lose this one. Because if Robil loses this here meeple, then suddenly the field stopped mattering and Megat can just win with his 2 monasteries plus the scoreboard lead. Now, this here idea, this here block is kind of nice. It's still not a guaranteed block because, let me just zoom out a little bit, because there's still 2 tiles remaining that fit into the square, but it will be a bit uncomfortable for Megat to fill the squares, and also it's helpful for Robil to get one of the 2 outs of red for that square. Hi, Joseph. Let me see. Oh, look at this. We have an upset on table 1. We should have watched this. So sadly, I didn't see any of those games, but I was just so confident of Secret victory here that at the start of the stream, I told everybody that, oh, table 1 is the one table that we're not gonna watch because Secret is gonna take care of business. But the one table where Hungary was a massive rating favorite was actually the one table where Australia prevailed. So credit goes, of course, to the player with the Smurfy screen name. So Robil does in fact complete the permanent block of the monastery, which wasn't really necessary. He's so likely to get his city stuck as well. And for example, he now has reduced the number of his own tiles that fit into this square from 5 to just 2. So really, you kind of take away 1 tile from your opponent, but you take away 3 tiles from yourself. So as red, I don't mind this scenario at all. And also as red, I still have the chance to draw one of the 5 remaining curves and go over here and block this meeple permanently. On the other hand, if Robil gets a curve, he's gonna go over here and save that square and make it so that not only this city gonna be completed, but also a rather lengthy 6-point road that goes through that city. Now this position is starting to get pretty complicated. Also, it's interesting how the farm here has become not as good looking as it was before, especially after this move from Megat. Basically, it's just so likely to stay at 9 points. Okay, maybe 12 after the completion of that city. Yeah, maybe that's something that we could do in the future. But now Robil has covered up the square successfully, and he has now a 75% chance of finishing a 10-point city here, and also a 5-point road. So that's a 15-point setup. This is extremely annoying to deal with. Also, Robil has a long-term meeple advantage. The counter field over here. Megat is now trying to block this road a little bit at the expense of the safety of his own city, because, you know, something like this would block the square permanently, and surely it's not something that you want to do. Robil starting a new city on the bottom. Megat immediately needs to re-attack it. 8 points waiting to happen for the Hungarian. So a scoreboard disadvantage just averted by the Australian player, trying to unify these 2 cities, and now, well, actually not only trying but succeeding, because there's no splitter tile remaining in the deck. And since these 2 cities have been neutralized, it also greatly reduces the potential of the bottom counterfield. However, Robil with a huge tile is going to score 7 points here. Really? No, he's not. So this is where the pressure pays off. Now, because of Red's pressure over here, Robil really wanted to get his meeple back. But, you know, I don't like saying no to this many points. It's a lot of points. And yeah, 7 is just too many to pass up. So even though there's only 1 tile remaining into this square, blue is really determined to make sure that these meeple absolutely never see the light of day in any circumstances. Megat did finish himself a 10-point city, increasing his scoreboard lead, which is going to mean a lot. This here field, which is not yet shared, but it's still likely to be shared in the end, is going to be worth 15 points in total unless red goes here now and tries to box in this guy for 9 points. No, he first wants to connect his farmer to the main field, but this now allows Robil to go here and not only to reconnect his farmer here, but to also meeple an unbelievably long road with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 curves still remaining. It's an absolutely worthy bet to try and build a 12-point road with just 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. That's 3 points per tile. This is super lucrative. And of course, a meeple does go on that road. MEGAD, though, with immediately a curve and a chance to equalize the problem. If you do go here and equalize the road, you actually permanently block your monastery, which probably is not a problem anymore. But the reason why you permanently block your monastery is because you would need 2 starting tiles, 2 back-to-back starting tiles in these 2 squares, whilst there's only 1 remaining in the deck. But then you still have to equalize the road, like what you're gonna do. So it's a nice here strategic win for Robil. It was also possible to drop a farmer here actually, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 crossroads remaining to cut this road off, really not such a good idea. MEGAD with some scoring tiles could get 1 point over here now that both monasteries have been blocked regardless. You could go here, go at the bottom a little bit, try to build his own side of the city, or he could do this, which is very, very volatile. I'm not sure what I think about this. So normally, you make these kind of moves only if you're behind. It's not clear if MEGAD is behind him, and he is 8 points ahead on the scoreboard and 2 monasteries away, but Robil does have the 6-point field, and he does have the potential to make it a 9-point field here. So he has a 7-point move set up here, which he didn't cash in earlier, but he still has the last rows and the last starting tile to do so. And then he has a 15-point setup over here. And if blue cashes in both of these setups, that's 15 points here, and that's 7 points here. That's 22 points with just 2 tiles, really. And so MEGAD figures that he's going to be behind afterwards, and he wants to create this volatility over here. Now, the volatility lies in the fact that a city cap can go over here for either side to attack the city and take it over with 2 versus 1 meeples. But it does appear to be a definite overreaction from MEGAD, who's now probably going to score 4 monastery points. Not so much because of the threats of the takeover of the city, but simply because Robil has the option of making a much more peaceful move, just getting a city cap, giving both sides a meeple extra piece, and scoring 3 extra points for his field in the process. In the meantime, MEGAD gets 4 points for this here. Road, also restricting this city cap. Robil finishes a shared road, which is, I think, a strategic mistake. What tactical mistake, rather. I'm not sure about strategic, because he's losing points. Like, there was a chance to keep this road separate, and what? So 4 points were on MEGAD's end, and 7 points were on Robil's end. That's a -3 move, and also you're giving your opponent tempo on the field. Like, MEGAD could go here, invade from this side, because this move blows up the field by so much. Yeah, it actually appears to be a strategic mistake by Robil. First of all, no reason to take a point sacrifice, and also to give your opponent a tempo, to fight for the field. There were some other moves possible. For example, going here was a reasonable option, just to prevent MEGAD from dropping a farmer here, invading the field. Ah, but look at this, Robil does take advantage of this here square. And this is why I thought MEGAD's move was a little bit extra. MEGAD's now trying to attack the field. Robil with the last dagger in the deck. He's thinking about going here to block, but that wouldn't be a real block, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 straight lines still remaining in the deck to complete this connection. No crossroads, though. and no curves. So there is 2 straight lines in a starting tile, which means that surprisingly, the block that you want to pull is that you want to get a starting tile and you want to do something like this and create a curvy shaped thing here. Miga now trying to play against that city, and Robil has actually a chance to go here and block that connection, but unless you're super positive about tile counting, this here block is just so unbelievably counterintuitive. Joseph saying about his game, I went into time trouble and did the blunder of the week in the end, I assume. Oh, so sad I missed that. So sad we missed that. We would have enjoyed your blunder very, very much. Well, let's see. It's going to be a test for Robil's tile counting. No, he doesn't see the block there. Again, it's a very, very difficult block to see. So this here move, because it just looks wrong, but that would be in fact the strongest option. Miga manages to avert a disaster over here, and he manages to connect over here. So that's, yeah, the Australian turned this around again. Now Robil has a much smaller field than Miga. Red has 12 points in the field at the very least. And still, Blue has this 15-point setup, but it shouldn't be enough because the field's going to be 15 points. And the 2 monasteries plus the scoreboard are going to outscore these 15 points from here and the 6-point field. And also, Robil kind of wants to attack the field at the bottom. I mean, not at the bottom, but the field, the top field from the bottom. It wouldn't be a good move just because it's so easily blockable, with no curves remaining in the game. And yeah, the thing with Robil's game here, don't go there. No. Okay, it's a very easy block. It's like the easiest block ever. Also, the reason why you can't really drop a farmer here is you have to keep a meeple in hand for this here tile. There's still 2 of those remaining, and yeah, very easy blocks. There's nothing that fits into this square. And I know that there were still tiles for connection, but like any tile in the deck was suitable for this guy to block. Like literally any tile, well, except this one. It was just such an unlikely invasion. Robil is now going to complete his city. He's going to lose out on points a little bit. Miga building up his ruin piece, and 4 points for Robil somewhere, either for the city or for this road or for this here city at the bottom, or for this city here is going to be the final move, or for this 4-point road. Yeah, that's very interesting how that field at the bottom ended up not growing because it looked so good. But I think this was on the Hungarian because he had the chance to take the 7 points over here, and instead he just finished his road being afraid of the block in a place which wasn't really vulnerable at all. Like at that point, there were multiple crossroads still available, multiple curves still available, but again, credit goes for Red to trying and put pressure on that road in the first place to provoke a mistake. Really, it feels like what it all came down to was ultimately that tactical miss, which again is very hard to spot. So with this here tile, Robil should have gone over here and permanently blocked this here farmer, even though it doesn't look like a block. It looks like you're only helping your opponents to invade like this and score 4 points for a road, except that there were no curves remaining. So yeah, something to look up in team practice, and also something that's a difficult part about this game. Now, I don't like to talk a lot about tile counting because I don't want to give people the impression that the game is about tile counting, which it isn't. It's just like a necessary part of it. But some interesting tile counting moments are such that if there's no type of a particular tile remaining, especially the most common tile, which is the curve, then it can be like quite counterintuitive. Some moves can be like quite counterintuitive. So, like for example, if all 5 vanilla city caps have gone out, and if you just build around your opponent's city like this and leave them a vanilla shaped hole, to our brain it just simply looks wrong, right? Because there are normally so many tiles left that fit there. But if they're no longer in the deck, then this block is just as good as a like standard block like this, for example, in this square. Yeah, an interesting game, very back and forth. Felt like blue was in a good position from the start and then started slipping away a little bit. So first of all, very this double-edged decision on playing many blocking tiles against red's opponents. And whilst it was successful against red's monasteries, the city of Robil suffered some collateral damage. Now, it wasn't fully blocked, but by reducing the number of tiles that fit into this square, Robil put himself at a bit of a longer meeple disadvantage, because this was really quite a wait to get one of these Doritos here. And as a result, it transferred into minus 22 points on the scoreboard. So Australia will be losing regardless, but 2-3, pretty close encounter. So nobody should really be happy with this, because Australia lost regardless, and they also came pretty close on some other tables. For example, we saw that in the first game that was streamed, Shane could have won perhaps against Tilde. Not in the second game, though. The second game was just something else. And for Hungary, we do congratulate them on the first win in this tournament. So they're not gonna be in last place. Now the tiebreaker for this is not great, and probably, I don't know, if they win their last match 5-0, and if Hong Kong and Catalonia lose 5-0, which actually is not impossible, because Catalonia is playing China later today, and it's not inconceivable for China to win anybody 5-0. So let's say if Hungary wins 5-0 in their last game and in the last match, and Hong Kong also loses 5-0, Catalonia loses 5-0 twice, I guess they could sneak into third. Yeah, they actually still could. In any case, before we take a little break and before our next match, the most very important part of today, to congratulate Hungary's first win in this tournament. All rise for the national anthem of Hungary. congratulations again to Team Hungary. And now we will be taking a break for 35 minutes until China and Catalonia start playing. Yeah, so let me just get a we on break. No, not 12:50. It's going to be 10:50 UTC for a little match preview and more. Alrighty, where did we put it? Where did we put it? Maybe somewhere here. Looks nice. Alrighty, I'm gonna see you in 33 minutes then. So go grab some breakfast and stuff. I wish good things to you who is still watching this. I'm still Alexey, and this is still round 4 of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships 2025. We are in hour 3 out of 9 planned for this day. About to start our second match. Earlier, half an hour ago or so, Hungary barely defeated Australia in Group A to still preserve their chances to qualify for the playoffs. Very mathematical, but still existing chances. Now moving on to higher ranked teams in Group A, China is about to play Catalonia. And the tournament, this part of the tournament table is pretty interesting. So if China wins, then China's going to have 4 victories in 4 matches. They're going to be the team that basically guarantees themselves the qualification to the playoffs, even if they were to lose to Finland in week 5, which is of course still not a given. China's still going to be the rating favorite against pretty much everybody in the group. But at the very least, if they win today, then they're pretty much guaranteeing themselves the second spot in the group at the very least, and with that they'll qualify for the playoffs. If they lose to Catalonia today, then Team China actually still has chances, because their tiebreaker is still probably going to be pretty decent. They're currently at +7. If they lose even 5-0, their tiebreaker is going to go from +7 to at the very least +2, so it's still going to be the positive. If they win next week, then they're going to qualify. If they lose this week and next week against Finland, and let's say if Catalonia wins this week against China right now, and then if Catalonia also wins their final match next week, which I believe is against Hungary. Yes. I think Catalonia and Hungary haven't played. And, that's entirely possible. Catalonia has brought a very strong team. Then Catalonia can be on 4 victories out of 5, and China would be relegated to 3rd place. So this means that China does want to win today to take care of their playoff spot. Now, from Catalonia's perspective, they really have to win today, because if they don't, they're going to be in 3rd place in the group. And even if they win their last week's match against Australia, if they lose tonight, they're going to be 3 out of 5, and this could put them, well, anywhere within the first 4 spots in the tournament table. So I need to remind you all that the first 2 teams in each group qualify for the playoffs, plus maybe a 3rd team, and that maybe is quite a big if, because it depends not only on the tiebreakers in this group, but also depends on the performance of the other groups. So there are 7 groups, 2 teams qualify from each, that's 14, and then out of all the 7 3rd places in each group, they pick the 2 best teams according to their performance in each of these individual groups. It's a bit of a convoluted scheme, but the main bottom line is that you can't rely too much on qualifying from 3rd place. But qualifying from 2nd place is completely doable for Catalonia. So if they win against China right now, then everybody here is going to be on 3 victories out of 4. Catalonia is going to have the worst tiebreaker, but what's going to go very well for them is that China and Finland are playing against each other in the last week. So at least one of them is going to lose. And say if Catalonia wins against Hungary, then they're going to be on 4 out of 5. Then China, well, either China or Finland are going to be on 4 out of 5. And the other team is going to be on 3 out of 5, which is going to put Catalonia for at least 2nd, or probably exactly 2nd, because their tiebreaker isn't that great. Finland, in the meantime, is chilling. They're kind of watching all of this from their bench. There are some scenarios how Finland cannot qualify, but those are pretty far-fetched, because even if Finland were to lose their last match against China, they're going to have at least 3 victories out of 5, and their tiebreaker is so good that they should be winning. Even if the Finland were to lose against China 5-0, their tiebreaker is still going to be +5, because it's +10 at the moment. And with that, they are bound to leapfrog ahead of whichever team they share the same number of wins with. So this means that it's really mostly between China and Catalonia. Also, Hong Kong has a chance, but if Catalonia wins against China today, well, actually, it's tricky. Like, well, let's talk about Hong Kong a little bit later. But they basically have chances to qualify too after their recent wins from Finland against 2 days ago. Bottom line, this year encounter could very well be for the playoffs. And here, even though China is always the rating favorite as the only team other than Japan to have ever won this tournament back in 2023, Catalonia has brought their A lineup today. So if we'll have a look at the pairings. First of all, in table 1, we have Phosphate against Senglar. Now, Phosphate is a very interesting player. He's the newest member of the Chinese team, a very known Azul player. So have a look at their rating. It's almost 1,000. It is completely obscene. So really a huge advantage over the most masters in this game even. In Carcassonne, their rating is 559, but their actual strength is much higher. Now, I've seen them rated around 650 at some point, so their peak is around this. And I've also played one game against them, and I feel like they have already a deep understanding of it, about win conditions, about the final endgame scenario. And in fact, when I played that casual game with them, I made an endgame mistake, which they pointed out. I ended up still winning because I pulled the tile, but so it clearly shows that they know very, very well what they're doing. And I've seen this the case very often, that like those mind sports athletes who bring their experience from other competitive board games, it very often doesn't take them as long to learn a new game, even as complex as Carcassonne, compared to some other players. Senglar, that's Dani Angelas, that's the reigning world champion. I don't think he needs any extra introduction. Really solid grabs on everything. Very open style, very much opposite to Chinese. It's also very interesting stylistic clash. So there's like very open, big fields, lots of green squares, not a lot of blocking. Very classic Iberian. Carcassonne obviously delivered with a lot of tactical precision. Their only weakness is time management. They do seem to play really fast, which sometimes is a good thing to put players on the clock, but they sometimes forget in some complex situations that, you know, still gotta think for a minute or two. Yeah, and I think Phosphate's chance against Senglar is really to try and do that stylistical clash, you know, play closed positions, try to make Senglar uncomfortable. Not that he is going to be super uncomfortable with like 7,000 games of experience, but still, whenever you can make it so that your opponent is out of their depth, that is always going to be useful. On table 2, we have 203 Club, a Chinese master who focuses exclusively on Carcassonne, playing against Nuria Casanovas. That's pronoun Feble. She is the reigning champion of Catalonia, and she'll be representing the team this year at the World Championship in Hungary, Germany. Obviously, her peak rating is much higher. I'm going to put her a slight favorite over 203 Club, but it should be really, really close encounter indeed. On table 3, we have another banker, the Chinese master with the screen, Mitao Cat, who has the most interesting style out of them. He's like the most blocky. He likes building early farms very on with 2 or even 3 meeples. He sacrifices a lot of value for blocking, but sometimes picks very good spots to do so. Devdin, that's David Bourdois, is another master from Catalonia. Their style is very interesting. I probably might rate them as the strongest player in Catalonia overall at the moment. Well, it's really between him and Nuria. And Senglar would probably put as third. Yeah, and his style is very versatile. So, of course, it's mostly like classic Iberian Carcassonne, but he seems to adjust to situations very well. So I don't think you can surprise him too much with stylistic differences. On table 4, QAZ, that's a self-evident, that's Xiang Yuqin. The semifinals of the 2023 World Championship is going to have an edge over Tony Solar. Tony, of course, ain't no pushover. He's, I believe, the 2022 Catalonia champion in Carcassonne. Although that might be 2021. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was 2020. And obviously, in order to win the national championship, he had to win against all of the previous guys that I just mentioned. But here, still, just rating-wise and experience-wise, self-evident who have the advantage. Also, another Master Azul player with over 950 peak rating. And on table 5, we have another encounter where probably China is going to have the advantage. The player with the screen named Secret Storm, somebody with whom I have quite a history against, so I took quite a lot of beating for them in my early days of Board Game Arena. I learned something about how not to conduct field fights, and also I got my meeples trapped quite a lot against them. Now, it has been a while since then, and they don't play that much, actually, so I believe that most of their 3,700 games were from 2 or 3 years ago, but they obviously have all this experience against Shadowling, who's now rated 445, but her rating is definitely higher. She has been an expert multiple times, also with 6,000 games of experience. I would say 60% chance for Secret Star to win table 5. And 60% chance for QAZ to win. Here, maybe 55% chance for Pronom Feble, 55% for Devdin, and Phosphate Sanglar, like 55% Sanglar? I'm not sure. So it's going to be really, really close. I believe the match is going to get as close as it gets. So, whom are we going to watch first? I actually haven't made that decision right yet. So I'm going to start, I think, with Pronom Feble. And then I really want to have a look at Devdin a little bit later. But y'all can also influence who we watch as well. So do let me know in the chat, first of all, who you're rooting for. Second, who you think are going to win. And third, which players would you like to be featured more? Because we have just multiple absolute bangers here. Really mainly tables 1, 2, and 3. Hi Penguin, hi Kaika. So the Chinese players starting this with green meeples. A green meeple on a curve. Nuria with the first monastery of the game places a proud red meeple right in the center of it, but the first city tile goes to 203. 4 points on the scoreboard for that, an indirect continuation of his road. Nuria with a city, and it's an interesting decision here already. So option 1, we can just go here, add a monastery points and slightly obstruct that square. Yeah, this is exactly what happens. Option 2 is just to go here and try to build a bit more independently, maybe going for a lip-shaped city like this, preparing a second monastery square. But I think she figures that she can do this a little bit later. So from 203's perspective, this tile, it's a lovely tile, it's a city cap, but there's not much space on the board to place this tile productively. So if you go over here, you obstruct this square, which benefits red rather than green, because red's going to be in a winning mini battle with this monastery against this road. And then if you go here, then you're sort of slightly obstructing your road, and it looks like you're creating a platform to obstruct red's monastery, but all that could happen is that you're building up a monastery spot for them. So with no really good option, 203 chooses this here. I think it's still not the best. I think the best move was actually to go here and add 1 point to Pronom's monastery, with the idea that once we finish the city cap, we're going to have a platform to block this square. So I think a little opening miss here from 203 Club. Yeah, but these opening positions are really tricky. Nuri with a second monastery, I'm a bit surprised about her choice. I mean, it certainly makes sense to control this meeple here, but stacking really seems like the way to go most of the time. But her monastery is going to work out just well, because it was not only a monastery, but it was also controlling this 3-point road. By the way, it also created a platform for invading this here city. And it's something that I've started doing a bit more in my games, sort of to not stack monasteries if there's an opportunity to control your opponent's feature instead. But in many positions, stacking is still more effective, that, you know, you do allow your opponent to finish the city or whatever, and then you just build stuff over here. 203 starting a very unappealing city in this here area of the board. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for them. Well, now it's slightly better, and actually they're going for the pattern of 1 city cap and 3 Doritos, so that'll be the standard way of completing this. Now it's a bit harder as Nuria quite significantly restricts the square, probably looking to pull a straight line and block the square even more a bit later. Even though 7 points are the difference on the scoreboard at the moment, it's actually a pretty good position for red. These monasteries control a lot of space, quite annoyingly. Splitter tile for 203. Several interesting options. I did not see that coming, but actually that's pretty interesting. So, first of all, he didn't want to go here. Because let's say, it's a very natural move, you know, score 8 points. But you would be helping 2 meeples of red. And also red could easily finish this city with the city cap for 6 points. So at the end of the day, it would be almost a wash, except that this monastery is improved in the process. But that's a great move from Pron and Febler right now. Sort of the idea of 203 club was kind of try and do something here, block this square. And also he decided to block his own road, just so that Pranam's monastery also gets blocked. And even though you normally don't want a losing mini battle, it's actually a good block here, because this road was very vulnerable and was likely to be blocked anyway. And this monastery, obviously, if a starting tile is drawn by Nuria, then suddenly it's going to be looking really, really good. Yeah, as you see, so she now stacks the monasteries now. It's going to be very, very rapid development of the monasteries anyway. She's probably not going to go here. Well, let's see what's going to happen. So, bit of a volatile situation here with the cities. 203 club does not attack here just yet. Choose to get a meeple back ready. 11-0 on the scoreboard, and yet I maintain that it's still a pretty good position for Nuria, although, honestly, stacking here wasn't a terrible idea either. It's a bit risky, but I would have loved to see that. Anyway, 203 club will know a tricky decision, either to use the city cap for his own city or to do this, and he chooses to attack, which makes a lot of sense. Now puts a lot of pressure on red. And actually this here, potentially 14-point city, could be game decisive. So I wonder if we just continue our monasteries for 2 points and try to outrun any potential unpleasant situations here. Or do we do like this and try to reduce the number of tiles that fit here immediately? Or do we try go here, create a secondary blocking platform? Instead, Nuria chooses something completely different and tries to keep blocking 203's club. Oh, that's a lovely move here by 203. Yeah, so meepling this road is definitely annoying. And now we see that obviously he's continuing his own city as well, and now putting pressure on. Actually, it's not really that much pressure. Yeah. Actually, it's not that much pressure at all. Anyway, but this loop has been resolved. A new city has been started with a dagger. In the meantime, Nuria's idea to keep this platform open for invasion has completely paid off. She now has a city meeple over here. And in fact, she doesn't even want to connect. What she wants to do is like develop over here, over here, over here, block the square, enter a winning mini battle. What she really, really wants, though, is to draw the last remaining dagger for this square and free up her monastery. Because 203 club is now 15-0 on the scoreboard. I don't know, it felt like a good position for red, but just because of these little cities, it just doesn't feel so anymore. So what do we do here from red's perspective? We definitely let the square be. I think we actually want to even block this at some points. Yeah, probably just have to start a new city somewhere, maybe like here, to make it a bit harder for 203 to build stuff on top and try to threaten a permanent block against our monastery. What else could we do? Yeah, starting city here is also fine. It just doesn't necessarily do anything else. 203 with a scoring tile, rather standard move to go over here for 2 points, indirect to build up his city, which surprisingly I was gonna stay still alive, but not really, because this here tile was the last starting tile in the deck, the last tile that fit into the square. So this city is completely blocked, but it doesn't change the fact that this would be still a good move. Scoring 2 points and then leaving. Oh man, really? Like this? This can't be right. This can't be right, my friend. Well, I guess I can see the idea. The idea is that we're setting up specifically a horse tile that fits into this square. So you score 2 points for the road and 2 points for this. But the problem is that we're so much more likely to draw a cow tile or a Dorito before we draw a horse tile. And since the city is already blocked, we kind of want to extend the city as far as possible. And the idea behind of this move is that with a cow we could go here, a Dorito we could go here, and then with a horse we could go here to take advantage of these here empty city tiles and develop our ruin into something that's worth like 16 points at the very least. Both players exchange quick points for now. 203 tries build at the top. The first horse tile goes to Pronom Feble, and now, yeah, she probably doesn't want to go here actually, because that's quite annoying to deal with, right? Because let's say if she goes here, takes 2 points, then there's still one more horse in the deck, and 203 can go here and score 2 points and then try to connect. But basically, I think this move was definitely an imprecision because it just gives fewer options for the city. There were some other considerations. Maybe 203 didn't want to give back this 4-point road for scoring, but for a variety of reasons, that 4-point road is not really a big deal. Yeah, from Nuria's perspective here, what could we do? I guess there's this move to sort of kind of defend our monastery, but I honestly wouldn't bother. Probably just taking 2 points over here and trying to permanently block this square would be the way to go. She does roll the dice on the 2 points, and I think it's just way too dangerous. I think it's gambling too much for little return. There's also, yeah, another issue with this move. Well, first of all, now she's gonna need to take care of this here threat at some point. And now actually she can't, because what's gonna 203 do now? He's gonna go here with a cow tile and wait for a horse. Exactly. And now what does, although a bit of an imprecision, I think this, well actually no, that's very much precision. That's all good. And at the very least now, Nuri is kind of forced to spend a meeple on this ruin up top. Because first of all, this ruin up top is already worth 7 points, and if this here guy connects, this ruin is going to be worth an obscene number of points, at least 12, and that's why she's now spending time on blocking. But the horse tile, immediately Nuria was playing with fire and she is getting burned so hard. So yeah, you have to see these sort of patterns. I told you I was calling this from a mile away. So these here tiles merging into this here city, and honestly now it's a position that has been lost. But really, let's just talk about this further a little bit, because with this move, even if 203 Club does not get this here tile, then creating a ruin in this place is not in her secondary interest. Is not in her interest in any case. Because Nuri already had this square over here. And even this one square can serve as a tool to score points in its own right. If only she were to place this tile over here, she would score the same 2 points, and then after blocking this square, she would have free reign to gain city points for this here side for a meeple which she had already invested, rather than creating a 7-point ruin or a 6-point ruin at the top, which she later would then have to claim with another meeple. In the meantime, some quick points are being scored still by both Pronom and 203, but just scoreboard wise, the situation looks so good for the Chinese player. Yeah, it looks like again we're entering the positions where Chinese players feel much more comfortable with all these blocky stuff, all these holes, you know, trying to squeeze that extra bit of value from the way you rotate your tile. Yeah. I mean, just look at this. And also, like, how many of you when you saw this here meeple placed, how many of you were thinking that it would go over all the way over there? That's just so fascinating how these maps sometimes develop. 203 club with a very painful move against Nuria's monastery. And now sort of he's setting up the idea of freeing up his road meeple with the last remaining crossroads without freeing up Red's monastery. But Red got something for her in this game. This ruin is probably sort of kind of lost. Although, actually, you know what? It's not lost at all. All we gotta do, as Red, is actually maybe go here right now with a meeple and try to invade that ruin through this here square. There's still one tile remaining, the triangle with a road that can fit over here, and the square is also unblockable because there's nothing fits here. And if we are to do this, when we are to do this right now, really, if we are to salvage this position, but then we'll be also playing with one meeple. That's kind of unfortunate. And that's why she chooses to do something way, way more spectacular. This is so much fun. So she sacrifices 1 point. And obviously the idea behind sacrificing a point is just creating a platform to attack the city. And if Mr. 203 were not to have placed this line over here, then Nuria would have gone over here, attacked the city, gotten herself a triangle, and bam, 20 points just like this. Of course, this was a little bit of wishful thinking, but it just shows the mind of the Catalan player that she thinks that she's clearly this far behind to go for this sort of desperate measures, and she might even be correct about that. On the other hand, her 3 monasteries are not bad at all. They are scoring 23 points at the moment. 203 clubs roads are scoring 6. So she's 17 points ahead here. Yeah, the big issue is just this. The 12-point ruin. Actually, even with that, like, she's only behind... She's behind what, like 5 points? It's not that bad. Yeah, so maybe her decision here was a little bit more too desperate. Because if, yeah, for example, if she was just develop the city over here, she would have been behind only 3 points. And what are 3 points? You just draw 2 good city caps or something. So she got her first city cap, a scoring tile for 203, probably looking to gain 2 quick points in this location. Hi Glovier, hi Daniel. Monastery for Nuria goes for 7 points. That's already huge. If she manages to complete it, then she's going to be ahead again. But another quick point tile for 203, and he can even do something like this. Leaving a city cap in the open, that's a mistake. Mistake, tick, 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 tick. Well, it's a 3-point move. I can understand this. It's a 3-point move, because it takes 2 points for the road, 1 point for this here city cap. Oh, but this crossroad is going to be huge. 3 points, a meeple back, and not a good chance for Nuria to have her meeple here, but she protects it. So this meeple is still alive. She could get it back. She could get this one back as well. Oh, no, she couldn't. Oh, no, Nuria, no, 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 no. Oh, what a hefty mistake. I can't believe it. There is nothing that fits into this square because there are no monasteries remaining. And there are no vanilla city caps either. So in fact, Nuria had to make the counterintuitive move of going over here with a curve, waiting for a crossroads instead, which was still doable. Yeah, so that's a really big mistake here by the Catalan master, and that's only because this move was just played too fast. And again, I've seen this issue before, although that was typically with lower rated players, that this here configuration is very standard early in the game, and so you just intuitively make a move like this. But then late in the game, because the pool of unseen tiles is skewed somewhat, you really have to adjust your game. So this monastery looks very pretty, like for our brain, because we're thinking of, oh, lots of green squares, I'm going to have another monastery over here. But in reality, this square is just as fully blocked as this ugly looking square over here. So I wonder if that was a miscount or something else. But there we go. She's gonna get her meeple back from the monastery. A tad too late though, which is a bit unfortunate. Or actually she can just go for the field here for a 6, potential 9-point field. No, she goes for monastery retrieval, goes for a 3-point farm. She might as well do that. Actually, that's a pretty good move, because the idea with a 3-point farm is to draw a splitter tile and score 7 extra for this here city. Yeah, so the game is actually going to end up a little bit closer than it seems. Also, another idea for Nuri is to draw this tile and claim the 6-point road and expand this farmer in that here way. But a very easy countermeasure from Mr. 203 is just to do this. Take a 5-point road with chances of completion, by the way, and then also block both of these squares. Now, red is still going to have this city cap available for him for quick points, but not with that tile. And she really needed quick points right now. Like, she needed the splitter tile right now. The best that she can do is to go here and try and score 8 points by completing a city, because there's still a splitter in the deck. Now, obviously, 4 minutes to figure out what their 2 other remaining tiles are. Is there maybe a city cap to go here and drop a farmer? Well, what are we going to do with this Dorito tile? Well, let's try and solve this endgame for her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still a curve remaining. Yeah, that move honestly makes sense, but it's an easy block for 203 club with actually any tile remaining. So that move was in fact an imprecision. A curvy tile for Nuri. It's not like she actually had many more options anyway. He's gonna have 1 fewer points. So with this particular tile run out, with the optimal endgame sequence, I think the best that red could have done is scored 3 extra points by using this tile to invade the field on the right. But I doubt it would have been enough. Yeah, one of those rare instances where the side that pulls 5 monasteries actually ends up not winning. Somehow a lot of damage for these monasteries. And look at this, the loss even is actually not going to be that big. It says 12 points, which looks substantial, but it's 3 extra points with optimal end gameplay, so that's already just -9. And really just some tactical issues, mainly, no, strategic issues actually, with this here ruin over here. So because there was a chance with the same tiles to gain her a couple of points over here on the left, and also to deny all of this stuff to 203 club. So it was really just one move that blew the game for the Catalan player, and it just feels like you can also see how much more comfortable Chinese players are in closed positions, and how even the most high-rated Catalans are struggling in closed positions. So maybe that's something to bear in mind if you ever find yourself in a position playing against either of the teams. Well, very interesting sequence of moves here. So Pronom Febli is the starting player in the second game. So that's why her position is already looking pretty good. And the first monastery for 203 club. So we're almost like starting the same as the last game, but with players reversed. And already one very non-standard move, trying to go efficient with the monastery building and stuff, but then it allows very easy equalization of the monasteries, equalization of the cities, and impeding the monastery from Nuria's side. So she's going to do just fine. Like, she's going to finish her... I'm actually not sure what she's going to do here. She might do something like this, like a blocking move. Honestly, not that bad. This move's perfectly fine, finishing her road. But with this here tile, I think a bit of a missed opportunity for 203 club. The standard move would have been to go over here, start a new city, restricting Pronom's road, not allowing these sort of shenanigans. But it seems to work out for 203 just fine, as they get to continue the monastery even further and try to invade this city, which is just unbelievably dangerous, I was going to say, and yet somehow they succeed. The reason why this was super dangerous is because a lot of the big tiles have gone out earlier on. A very nice road here from Nuria, anticipating the completion of 203's road. And of course, this city here, while it's pretty healthy already, even if it never gets completed, is going to have some attacking platforms over here, for example. Although from 203's perspective, we could take care of that platform right here, right now. Not sure if we want to do that, but that's an option. Yeah, so let's say... So Nuria is 9 ahead on the scoreboard. Green has, let's say, 9 points here. So she's like 1 road ahead. And then eventually... Oh, I was going to say she's going to need an attacking platform. Or she could just draw the splitter. This move I actively dislike. It's just simply a mistake. It was much better to just score 2 points over here. Or if you're going to make a move like this, just place the meeple on the road, man. Because the most likely outcome now is that this road end placed here by green will serve the purposes of the road by red. In the meantime, a larger fight for a still completable city ensues, as 203 is putting pressure on this square quite successfully. So red really needs to come up here with something. Now this city is still not that dangerous. It's not that dangerous if you don't leave it unattended for so long. Luckily for red, she does have the tile, and it makes her second best move, trying to block this square. Yeah, this is the problem. A stronger move would have been to go over here at the bottom, trying to pressure this square and this square at the same time. Because this is very often like when you deal with your opponent's features this early in the game, you want to be attacking several squares at once. And yeah, because you see, now we sort of give not only 4 points to our opponents and a chance to defense, and now this city is actually really, really dangerous. So Nuria really needs to do... that's fine, but I was thinking not this, but something like this, really, because we just... Like, a Dorito tile is going to be just devastating for us. 203 equalizes the city here. Well, now we have to... Yeah, now, of course, we have to attack over here, and we're playing against 2 squares. We're trying to block from here, and we're trying to block from here, or invade from here at the very least. Still, like, with a good tile draw, this city can close pretty quickly. So from 203's perspective, I probably want to protect the square a little bit. I wonder... Yeah, something like this makes a lot of sense. So finally, red gets herself a Dorito tile, but that's the question. Where does that Dorito tile go? So a natural move is to do something like this and try and block the square and build up her own rhombus-shaped city. But probably a more cautious move, and one that is more likely to win her the game, is to go this. Now, this invasion is not very likely to succeed because there are only 3 tiles remaining that fit into the square, and even if Nuria draws one of them, her opponent's going to have plenty of times to block the square permanently, which will lead to her being in a losing mini battle of just 2 points over here, and I think 13 points over here. But then the reason why this move was placed is that from her perspective, she can very easily survive that losing mini battle due to her lead on the scoreboard. So starting a new city here, this city still could be potentially completed and overtaken. 203 not using a monastery, which is understandable on a closed board, and told you before that the road end placed there by the Chinese player would be exploited by the Catalan for 7 points, basically almost equalizing the monastery. So now the position has equalized somewhat. Now Nuri is yet to connect to the city, but even if she doesn't, she's going to be ever so slightly ahead here. So 203 makes a pretty interesting move, taking 2 points, but reducing the number of tiles that fit here to just 1 tile. I wouldn't do that. I'd probably just wait. 4-point monastery for 203 club, which I think is the second best monastery spot. A more ambitious one would have been over here, preparing an evil hamster. Right here in the center. A road monastery is eventually going to be drawn. Still 4 points, perfectly respectable, just not quite enough to come back from the lead on the scoreboard that Proton Fably has. Because the thing with monasteries, one of the reasons why they're so powerful is because that first monastery move typically scores a lot. And let's say if you meeple a 6-point monastery, so your first move is 6, and then the other 3 moves for completion are 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. And so you get 9 points in 4 tiles, which is 2.25 points per tile, which, for example, exceeds what you would normally get for a city. So that's why it's such a powerful scoring machine. And also, like, that first move is really what propels that monastery. Because even if you don't get it completed, you do get an easy 6 points or 7 points from just spending 1 tile. So that's the idea here. A 4-point monastery is like, it's good enough because later it can be stacked, but unless you like drop city caps or somehow build a road around the monasteries, this monastery in its own right is not just that powerful. It can be a tool to make 1-point moves in a closed position, which is where we seem to be headed. In the meantime, nothing much has really happened, so the game has really slowed down, both in terms of tiles drawn. Oh, I don't like this by Nuria. I don't like this at all. Well, it's fun. I'll give her that. And actually, I'm not sure if I dislike it that much, but the idea is she's ahead, but she's playing like she's behind. And I think also in the previous game, she was a bit like overestimating how far behind she was. And the reason why this move gives me a negative reaction at first is because it seems to be unnecessary risk. Now, this here square is already restricted to just 1 tile. Obviously, if she gets that tile, then she's going to get herself another Dorito and stuff, and then win the big city big. But what if she doesn't get that tile? Then she just got another meeple stuck here for no reason. But the reason why I'm actually not that critical of this move after thinking for a bit longer is because a Dorito and a triple city is not the only route for these 2 meeples into that construction. She can also get herself, if she doesn't get the cow, she can get a horse and go here and get a Dorito and an extender and circumvent the square and get her meeple in that way. And this is exactly what she's trying to prevent. Now, 203 Club, yeah, with a brilliant sequence here, he now basically cut off that route whilst also making it so that for red, it's actually impossible to invade with both meeples. Oh, this is devastating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 road Doritos have gone out. So believe it or not, with 28 tiles remaining, there's nothing that fits into the square. Well, obviously there's this one, but we already need it over here. And there's the splitter, and probably now we actually need to use the splitter to bail out of here. Yeah, so I think just Nuria taking a bit too many risks in this here position, like where she's clearly ahead. There are just so many ways for her to win. By the way, she could have just like gone with the Dorito here. She could have tried to use the Dorito to enter that city from the other side through an extender. That would have been just enough, because she doesn't need to win the city, she just needs to tie it. Her scoreboard lead is just as fine. Then if she fails to draw this tile, she could win the coin flip to be the first to draw the road monastery over here, and that's probably going to put her ahead enough. And still, like, even if she loses this people, it's not like the game is lost for her automatically, but it is just now much harder. Yeah, but she really does have to come back in this one. I think the main chances for Team Catalonia on table 1, 2, and 3, because she does get the monastery. So we are going to see a 7-point move soon enough. Unless she chooses to take 3 points for road instead. I must say that 7 points is just too good. Yeah, I think you gotta go for it. You gotta go for it. But you see, the reason why she doesn't want to do it, because she's short on meeples. And if she gets her meeple blocked here, then that game is really tough for her. But the reason she's short on meeple is because of this guy over here. I still maintain that 7 points is such a threshold that you gotta do it. Because you see, if you place a monastery here for 7 points, all you gotta do in order to justify that meeple is place 1 tile. You just have to fill this square and that's it. Because this square you don't even have to fill because it's shared with your opponent's monastery anyway. So I think just being a bit too more ambitious could have helped her, but let's see. So now, maybe if she gets another monastery, she's going to go here regardless, because there's now no 3-point road available. Quick point tile for the Catalan as a Chinese city is being started on the left. I was trying to make some sort of comparison to an actual city in China that would be a small city. But then I realized that I don't know of any small cities in China. Every city in China that I know of has like at least 5 million people. Probably the smallest, no wait, I think that the actual like smallest city in China that I know is Tianjin, with 12 million people. That's like half an hour by speed train from Beijing. Oh, but look at this, the triple city belongs to Nuria. So just like this, she gets bailed out by the deck, and all the points here are shared, which means that this here square is not going to be a problem. Even if red doesn't get a splitter to bail her out. Okay, 1 meeple is really not a lot to give up. She's ahead on the scoreboard regardless. Well, actually, if she does not draw a splitter, let's say if 203 draws the splitter and puts it here, then actually 203 is going to have the advantage in this position. And that's why red is trying to prevent exactly that from happening, looking to do something like this. Block the city a little bit later. With a curve, nothing much that 203 can do. Chooses to protect his city, which is not wise at all. It was so much better to just get himself a monastery point. The reason is because there's still 2 starting tiles remaining, and what this move does, we're just taking away tiles from ourselves. Like, it's not what we want to be doing. We want to just be building that sweet monastery. Oh, case in point. Case in point, we now cannot continue our city, although we can take these 3 points from the road. Only -4 on the scoreboard. Nuria now permanently blocked this meeple. Yeah, so the Chinese player did this to himself. There was no need to panic and make this self-restricting move, and look how tides have turned. It looked like this move was protecting this meeple, but in fact, this very placement of the tile was the one that made sure that this meeple is never going to see the lights of day. Because 1, 2, 3, no dagger tiles are remaining. And also, of course, this could have been a monastery point. Yeah. Quite a series of tactical mistakes here from the Chinese player. kind of paying his debts from that first game. I don't know why I just decided to circle that big city. It does look very, very pretty. And also there's a reasonable chance of it getting completed. So let's say if a vanilla tile goes here for some reason, and then if Nuria gets the splitter, she can go here, drop a 6-point farmer with tempo, something like this. Okay, so both road monasteries have been drawn. She chooses to just add some quick points because she doesn't want to rely too much on having to draw this monastery here, and I understand her. An alternative was to go over here and start a new city, but she correctly calculated there's just simply not enough Dorito tiles to finish a city this big. Because when all this clunk is on the board, the other remaining city tiles are actually city caps, and then you really got to keep your meeples in hand to try and build up field. With one single splitter tile, you can build up a 9 or even a 12-point field very, very rapidly. So 2 points ahead on the scoreboard and extra meeple. Not sure what this road does, but whatevs. She's now needs to decide what to do against this monastery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, some curves still remaining. I guess this move is an option, but I hate giving our opponent back a big road. It's not crazy to actually do something like this and drop a farmer already. Yeah, I think I rather like that idea. Because of this splitter tile here, somebody's going to score for these cities and give farming points for Nuria, and she does not go for the farm just yet. She can do it later, she discerns. So 4 points for 203 Club, putting him back in the lead. Now that's why I wanted to do the farmer. Because now, yeah, you see, because now she goes for the farm instead of taking the 4 points over here. That is the problem. Four points for 203 as well on Nuria's farm. Yeah, failure to drop a farmer here end up costing her 4 points, which is not a big deal, but let's see if that becomes decisive. Because at the moment the Chinese player is ahead on the scoreboard. And I think overall a very mild advantage for Nuria here. So 7 points in the monastery is losing to this 9-point field. And this 3-point city is winning against this 9-point city. So actually, overall, if you count all the points on the board, green is ahead by 2. Now, after he cleans up the city cap, green is going to be ahead by 3. And still a chance to invade this field. Yeah, so the Catalonia is in dire straits there. I mean, she needs a meeple. She needs like to develop her field ASAP. But how do we do it? Option 1, we go here and we pray for a monastery for 7 points. That would also expand our field and bring this here castle into our field. Seems a bit far-fetched. Option 2, one which seems to be the most intuitive to me, is we do something like this. And we drop a city cap and we hope that we get the splitter for us. Yeah, or this actually. This is pretty interesting. So she's setting up another city cap over here, which still exists, by the way. There's a dagger tile that fits here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm mistaken. Yeah, there's nothing that fits here, actually. That's a bit unfortunate. And of course, she plans to draw a splitter tile to go here and eat up this field for 6 points. She can't do this anymore. She can't do this anymore because there's nothing that fits into the square after the splitter has been drawn. And look what an interesting splitter placement. And I'm kind of surprised a bit. 403, choosing to give a point to Nuria, so only putting him at a 2-point lead, just so that she can't develop this city any further. But the question is, was that even possible? I don't think it really was. So it seemed like a point spent kind of for nothing. And I think Nuria now has a win condition. The first thing that comes to mind is that if we take this 6-point road, this is going to put us as +4. And then green is actually going to struggle to score 4 points with his last meeple. That's going to be the problem for green. They can, of course, try and invade the field, but if they're unsuccessful, they're going to be stuck with a 3-point farmer and lose the game by 1 point. They could meeple this 5-point ruin, but I'm not sure if there are even city tiles remaining, although there must be. Well, I'm not sure if there must. Actually, yeah, upon second look, I don't think there are any city tiles at all. Ah, I think, yeah, we're actually, yeah, it's a very difficult position for Nuri. I don't think she can realistically win this. Yeah, I was gonna say she probably had to go. No, she had to go for the road. She had to go for the road because, like, what's gonna happen now? Just 203 club can go here for 7 points, and then that's it. If Nuria were to go here, then her hope would be this: that she can get another curve like this and curve it downwards, adding 1 point to her hypothetical road and killing off a 6-point monastery spot, which is still doable for 203 club. Because there's still a monastery in the deck. I'm being corrected here about the point count in the chat. I mean, still the gist of it kind of remains the same. There was a city's tile afterwards, so she's going to have herself a 6-point city at the top. That's kind of the best that she can do. But the Chinese player should prevail here. She's not going to do better than 6 points. Monastery goes for 203. Oh, and a city tile goes for Nuria. So she's going to do 8 points. Even though, so with the move that I suggested, she would have scored, she would have netted 2 more points regardless. So GG, she's saying. Is her 12-point field going to be enough or not? No, it's not going to be, because the decisive point for the Chinese player is going to be that one blocked city over here. And going back to this endgame, I think this was really the crucial mistake. Because if only, so check this out. Red ended up scoring 8 points, right? If she were to go here, she'd score 7 points. Because the road was, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the road was 6. Oh yeah, she would have won. Check this out. So the road was 6 points, right? Then with this tile, she would have gotten her 7th point. So she would have scored 7 instead of 8, so 1 fewer than in the game. But this would have denied 203 the chance to get this 6-point road himself. And this was a 7-point move for 203. So what he would have done, with the curve, he probably couldn't do anything. He would just leave it here, I presume. And then with this here tile, yeah, obviously he would have 7 fewer because he wouldn't have meepled that road, right? Then with this here tile, Nuria could have gone over here, and that would be her game-winning move, killing off not 1, but 2 monastery spots. Then the best thing that 203 can do is go over here for a monastery for 5 points. And then Nuria could go here, obviously to continue her stuff. And then that's it, I think. Wait, where's the like yeah, and then actually that's it. So she would have gotten 1 fewer. And this guy would have gotten 2 fewer, right? This guy would have gotten 2 fewer. So she would have tied the game and still lost. I still feel like it was her best shot because she could get the curve regardless. Yeah, it's actually really tricky. So I think at the end of the day, it was just about not dropping this farmer here a little bit earlier. And then with this here tile, which she used to farm, she could have already scored a city in her farm. Yeah, this sort of pre-endgame precision is what does this. And again, this looks like a very, very good position for the Catalan for a long time. And just with these like closed, blocky positions, again, just to make Catalans uncomfortable. So the Chinese master imposing his tile on the reigning Catalan champion delivers a crucial win to his team. I did count -1 for the monastery. I don't think it's 8 for Nuria because no, Kirilo, this tile would not have been here. So the road with the curve and the horse tile would be 7. So in order for her to win, she would have to go here and here. It's like she would have to draw both remaining road tiles. That's the thing. But if she were to draw both remaining road tiles, I guess there was a sequence like. But you see, the only real way to win was for 203 to make a mistake, which was doable. But basically, there's a scenario where 203 gets this tile and starts a 6-point city, instead of waiting for a 7-point monastery. Because the idea is like the scenario where Pronom Feble gets both roads. Oh wait, no, that's actually possible. Because she can go here with a curve, and then with the horse tile. And then with the horse tile, she can go here. And that move would block the new monastery spot. But still, that was like there was 1 in 6 winning chance for her. Not even 1 in 6, 1 in 12, because she would need to draw those tiles in a particular order. Fascinating. High self-evident. Let's check the score on other tables. So China has already won. Senglar did defeat Phosphate 2-0. Now on table 2, we had the crucial duel between 203 Club, which you just saw. Table 3, Mitaoka didn't leave a chance for Devdeen. I did not expect this. No, I did expect that on table 4, QIZ would win against Tony Solar. So now Catalonia will be losing this match, and China will be probably securing themselves the spot for the playoffs. But we still have one more game to watch, the decider between Secret Star and Charling. So you could see the first 2 games were pretty close. 17 tiles remaining in this one, and this looks good for the Catalan player with the green meeples. Is there anything else for red to compensate? Well, not after this move for sure, as a dagger was drawn by green to complete a rather important field connection, although it also could have been used here to score 8 points. And what are we having here? So plus 12 on the scoreboard, blocked 4-point road, versus a not quite but almost blocked 4-point road of red. Then there's a 5-point road for red, and a 7-point monastery for 12 in total. But this green city for 7 points, it was going to give the advantage to Charaling. Well, not anymore, as the lovely monastery for 6 further points goes to Secret Star. But this blocking sequence is super important, as there was still a tile that fit into this square, but instead Secret Star is going to free up his other road. And with that, he's ahead again. In the main field, which is touching 5 cities for 15 points, we are tied. We have 2 red meeples here and 2 green meeples over here. And green very quickly chooses to start a 5-point monastery, apparently not wanting to fight for the field. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Well, maybe the 5-point monastery doesn't hurt, but it feels like at some point, now that the tables have turned, because this here move was 5 points plus a meeple back. It's really a lot. And it looks like Secret Star is going to come very close to delivering the 4th match points to Team China. A restricting move against Green City. And now from Green's perspective, first of all, we have to be really, really happy that this monastery has been drawn, which means that red will never recover these 2 guys. Not only is there no monastery remaining, but there's not even a vanilla city cap. So there's truly nothing that fit into this square. And that's a very interesting strategic decision from Charaling, just trying to outscore his opponent really. But that's a huge tile for 4 points over here. Not only does it give him points, but also it creates a secondary 6-point field for him to meeple, and even a chance to invade the main field. As green would probably continue our previous plan, we just have to hope here. We have to allow our opponent to go on this field and then just hope that they don't connect, although that's a very, very imprecise move. Yeah, we're taking 1 point where we should be really taking 2. So these squares are the first squares to fill. Mr. Star here is going to probably drop a 6-point farmer. I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, there could be reasons. Also, I wanted to point out that this city here is actually live. Or at least it was, with this here tile. Okay. I was so close. So Charaling was actually quite close to completing her city here. Now she's gonna get blocked. Although I'm not sure if the Chinese player even has to block, because just by looking at the tile counts, I don't think there's even a city cap that fits here anymore. Still was absolutely worthy of a try, but you know what? I'm not sure if that was actually correct. Maybe placing it 1 to the left and hoping for the 1 remaining rose would have been better oh god, would have been a better way to go about things. Because at the very least, this here would be unblockable. Although the problem with that idea, well, actually with any idea for that matter, is that there's a quite sneaky tactic for Secret Star to drop a farmer somewhere here and try to connect through Green City into the main field, allowing Green the completion of the city, but making sure that they overrun the field in the process. Yeah, it looked like there was just no reliable way to win this, and just in case, so he goes for the block, which is an imprecision. It's a 7 point mistake from Secret Star, unless I royally miscounted the tiles, which is of course always a possibility. So Mr. Star technically still not ahead, but he has the meeple that should take care of things. Which also makes me think, is this here 2 points mistake going to be decisive or not? Well, we're going to find out soon enough. Maybe not, because at the end of the day, she does complete these squares. Well, wait a second. The best thing that Secret Star can do is to go here, right? Huh. As that's going to be a 4 point move. But is that even winning for him? 14, 14, 7, 13, 15. Yeah, I think it's winning for him like at around 5 or 6 points. But it was kind of close. Well, congrats is saying Charling. And from a rather grim looking position, by managing to stop his opponent's cities, the Chinese player will manage to prevail by a mere 5 points. So I do like the strategic idea of Charling just by going over here and trying to score with the monasteries while also preserving the chance of completing the city at the bottom. Just didn't quite work out. Anyway, so China wins this one 4-1, a match which seems to be much closer than 4-1, but that's what typically China does. I mean, they make you think that you have a chance and then you don't. So 203 Metal Cats, QAZ, Secret Star are the winners. Senglar is the one to deliver the match point for Catalonia. And before we jump into anything else, we're going to talk about the tournament table. Also, we're going to go back to Nuria's game and try to analyze that end game as well, because that's immensely interesting. And also, we have loads of times before a match. Anyway, before any of that, first things first, time to congratulate the winning team. So, all rise for the national anthem of China. Congratulations to Team China for another spectacular performance. Now it's time to do two things. First of all, we're going to look at the tournament table real quick, and then we're going to come back to that end game of the second game between 203 and Pronom Feble. So first of all, tournament situation. Well, China does win their fourth match. They're on 4 out of 4. And they're guaranteed at least the second spot in the group. Their tiebreak is also really good at 15-5 as well, actually. Yeah, same as Finland, except that they won 4 matches and Finland won only 3. So I wonder how that is possible. I guess the 5-0 against Australia did help. Well, so what's going to happen really is that these two teams are going to fight for the first position in the group. So Finland and China. So China has guaranteed qualification. Finland, I think, yeah, after this, Finland has guaranteed themselves qualification as well. And they'll just be fighting for the first in the group, because if China wins, they're obviously going to be on 5 out of 5. If Finland wins, they're going to be on 4 out of 5, just like China. But because these guys have now an identical tiebreaker after this match, Finland's victory, hypothetical victory next week, will put them at the very least 1 tiebreaker point ahead of China, despite the same number of wins. Now, what's next in it for Catalonia? Do they have still chances to qualify? Well, the answer is maybe. They did lose quite big tonight. So their tiebreaker is now -2. So 9 duels won, 11 duels lost. They're on 2 out of 4. And they're playing against Hungary. So they still could. Let's say if they win 5-0 against Hungary or something, then they're going to be +3 on the tiebreaker. And they're going to be on 3 out of 5. That would be like the hypothetical, the best case scenario for Team Catalonia next week. Hong Kong is playing against Australia though. And oh wait, but if Catalonia wins big against Hungary, then Hong Kong would also need to win big against Australia. In fact, Hong Kong would need to win exactly 5-0. Huh. That is interesting. So the situation about the third place in the group is very interesting. So let's say if Hong Kong wins against Australia 5-0, then they guarantee themselves the third place in the group because their tiebreaker is going to be better than Catalonians. But if Hong Kong wins even just 4-1 against Australia, there's still going to be a chance for Catalonia to catch up. Because let's say if Catalonia wins against Hungary 5-0, they're going to be on 3 out of 5, and their tiebreaker is going to go up to +3. And then if Hong Kong wins against Australia anything less than 5-0, let's say 4-1, they're also going to be on 3 out of 5, and their tiebreaker is going to be also +3. Oh, what was the next tiebreaker? Games won and games lost. Yeah, then here everything can happen. Then it's going to come down to games won and games lost. But if somehow we have a tie there as well, which I don't think we're going to be. I think Hong Kong is going to come up on top there. But let's say if we have a tie here as well, which is also possible, then Catalonia is going to prevail in the next tiebreaker, which is the mutual encounter, because Catalonia won against Hong Kong in the opening match of the tournament. Self-evident saying, I don't think A3 has a chance to qualify. Yeah, so this is going to help me out because I've told this earlier that so the first 2 teams from each group are guaranteed to qualify, and maybe a team from the third place in one of these groups due to the tournament format could qualify too. But I'm not exactly sure which groups have a better opportunity to do so. Just looking at Group A, it does not seem that they're any worse than Group B or Group C, because the very likely outcome is that the third place is going to be on 3 out of 5. And then it's going to all come down to tiebreakers. But then looking at Group B, for example, Germany's tiebreakers are looking pretty good. Yeah. In any case, obviously the group standings matter a lot for the results, the final standings of the tournament, and these matter for the group draw next year and for the team's world ranking. So there's something left to play, but in all likelihood, it's really between Finland and China for the first place. And I don't know if Catalonia or Hong Kong can qualify from the third, and it's also more likely that Hong Kong would be able to do this over Catalonia, even though both are to play their last match. Yet to play their last match. Ah, Self-Evident is saying the game with Australia will be ignored when calculating. Yeah, because obviously you have to look at the performance against everything except the team who occupies the last place in the group. And that's why I see how in Group B this would be less of an issue. Because, for example, Germany has won big against Uruguay and Slovakia as well. Actually, no, Germany didn't win big against Uruguay. They barely won. They barely scraped by Uruguay. But, well, I assume this is the case for some other teams. Because, like, you can see sort of Uruguay and Slovakia are in 5th and 6th with 0 wins so far. And this will change tonight because they're playing against each other. But that's besides the point. What was the point? Yeah, well, let's say, assume if just Slovakia stays in last place, then still the match against Uruguay will count for the tiebreakers for every of these 4 teams. Yeah, and that's why I can see how in Group B, the chances of qualifying from 3rd place for somebody like Germany could be a bit better, because even though the other teams from here have won against Hungary, they didn't win against Hungary that big. Anyway, so it's getting a bit more convoluted. But enough with the tournament table stuff. Y'all are much better at this than I am. The bottom line here is that what we witnessed just now was in fact probably the battle for the playoff. And China won. And Catalonia lost. But now the more interesting stuff, because I really want to go into that end game with a bit more detail. It could be quite instructive. So let's view this replay. Let's say 125. And also we'll be looking at the optimal move. So this is going to be a complicated sequence with like a lot of room for human error too. 7 tiles remaining. Bookmark and lists. Tile reviewer. So where was our move? Here comes the city cap for the cleanup. Yeah, here comes the attempt to score. Unsuccessful. Yeah, and here's the fateful curve. So first of all, the timing of this curve is actually pretty good, because there's a really fundamental difference between endgames up to 4 tiles remaining, which is exactly what we have. We have 4 unseen tiles, 3 in the deck, 1 in 203's hand, from Nuria's perspective. And yeah, the fundamental difference with this and like other endgames is that you can calculate them exhaustively. Especially if you had like 5 minutes on the clock. And there are really 24 options as to how the other tiles might go. So what are we having? -10 on the scoreboard. Equality here. Equality here. 1 point for green. 4 points for red. 7 points for green monastery. 12 points for red field. So that's 16 over 8. So 8 extra points, so 10 points on the scoreboard. So at the moment, from Nuria's perspective, she's -2, which was what I said during the stream. So okay, I was correct about this. So what's going to happen, let's say, if she were to meeple this road? There's going to be a 6-point move. It's going to put her at +4. I don't think I'm hallucinating at all. And then all 203 Club needs to do well, let's try like have a look at what 203's Club's next tile can be, because it does seem intuitive that meepling this road is correct. So if 203's tile is, let's say, this city, then what can they do? If they choose to meeple the 6-point ruin, which will put them ahead 2 points, that in fact will only give them a winning chance of 67%, because they're going to be up 2 points. And then what happens if Nuria gets another curve and the horse tile? Oh, then this is going to be tied and she's going to lose. But did I mess up the points? I don't think I messed up the points. Monastery 7, this is 1. This city is 4, this field is 8. Yeah, so Nuria is now down 2 points. What do we do? Like, it's just so grim. Okay, if we go here, then our opponent has a pretty much guaranteed win with this tile. They just go here for 6 points. The best that we can do is just score 2 further road points. So with the curve and this. And if that were to happen, we're going to be tied, which is not good for red. It's good for green. Okay. But here's the thing, like, from a human standpoint, it is quite conceivable that from 203's Club's perspective, like, he could maybe make a mistake and not meeple the city, not guarantee himself the win. Yeah, here's how he could lose. He could say, well, I can like pre-build the city so that maybe I then have a choice. Either I take a flexible monastery for 6 points in the future, or I take this horse tile and go here for 8 points. In that scenario, this is what could happen. So let's say he just does this and doesn't do anything. Then Nuria, no man, he's still gonna lose. Yeah, he's still gonna lose. Wow, he's still gonna win, I mean. Because if she gets this here tile, no, I don't think, no, there's no chance. There's no chance. Like, there's just nothing. Yeah. Because at the very least, he's guaranteed himself either like even a 5-point, no. Yeah, you see, the problem is with this configuration is that if Nuria goes here and here with another curve to develop her road, this will create a 7-point monastery spot. And my earlier plan was something that if she goes here and gets this tile to block the monastery spot whilst also growing the road, then her road is not going to be long enough because she will not be able to add the curve to her road. And the issue is that there are still 2 5 monastery spots remaining. So even if 203 Club does not meeple this here tile directly, then, yeah. if he doesn't meeple this tile directly, then later on, because Nuri's road is going to be 1 point shorter in that scenario, he can still just go for the 5-point monastery and still tie the game. So that is a problem. Let's say if Nuri goes here and this guy gets a curve. Well, in that case, he has a simple winning move taking a 5-point road, not that he has to. Because this would be taken, so any road tile that green were to draw would take away from Nuria's monastery. Sorry, from Nuria's road length, right? Which is capped at 8 to begin with. So a 5-point feature would suffice. He wouldn't even need a 6-point feature. Yeah, and the problem from Red's perspective is that whichever tile 203 draws, it's at least a 5-point tile. A monastery goes here, a city tile goes here, a road goes here. There's literally nothing that we can do. So optimally, we cannot win this game as Red, at least in this position. It was winnable earlier. Like, there were things that could have been done. I guess it's just about trying to make a move that has the greatest chance of resulting in a mistake. Now I'm thinking something crazy. If we go here, actually no. Check this out. It's a crazy idea, but how about we just go here with the idea of slightly restricting this road, and this will come into play. And then let's say 203 draws a monastery, and let's say they're nervous, and then they don't realize that meepling this monastery is not the game, and they decide, and that is basically they decide to discard the monastery. Yeah, let's say they decide to discard the monastery. Then we might get like a big tile or something, and we scored a city. No, then they get... Yeah! Yeah, check this out. So we score the city, we're 4 points ahead. And then they get the extender. And with the extender, there's nothing to score. They can only get 3 points. So basically, if we just do a waiting move like this, we hope that our opponent gets a monastery and doesn't meeple the monastery for whatever messed up reason. And then we get a 6-pointer here, and then get a tile with which they can't score, like something like this. So we have to hope that our opponent does not meeple a feature on the penultimate move for whatever reason, and then that their last tile is this with which they cannot take anything valuable because we would have taken the 6-point city away. So this is like the only outside shot I see that could be done by Red to induce a mistake and try to win by exactly 1 point. Yeah, it's a very, very thin thing to even think about, and obviously objectively it doesn't work. But in a practical game, you could win like this. Kirill Manikov is saying no place to score with the horse. There is a place to score with the horse. Well, oh wait. Well, yes, no place. So this is the point of this. This is the point of this move a little bit. No, well, there is a 4-point road here with a horse. There is this move here with a horse. But the point is that the scenario that we're hoping for is that we get the horse to go here, and then our opponent gets the extender. Okay, let me just read the chat a little bit. Preparing 5 points in the left part of the board. Yeah, that's also true. But anyway, so like the only path is that we hope that this is the last tile our opponent, and that we need to make a move that makes them think that me playing a feature on the penultimate move is not correct. Like, this is the only path to victory here. Yeah, really, really interesting, but rather grim endgame from the Catalan perspective. So the Chinese player did manage to prevail, as we can see. They did, well, obviously, and they drew the curve anyway, but let's say they correctly identified that they had to meeple this, and then despite the best possible tile draw that we could have possibly had from this position, we drew an 8-pointer, and our opponent didn't get a single ruled tile to extend. That road was just too good for them, and a 1-point win is what we're going to see. So, endgame analysis done, tournament analysis done. Time to take a 30-minute break before the third match and the final match of the morning part of the stream between Malaysia and Japan. As we can see, 12 points are added to the Catalan scoreboard for a 1-point loss, which is what we witnessed before. So let me just get up we're on a break. Of course, a reminder to y'all to meeple the like button for the algorithm. That is important. Also, subscribe in case you're here for the first time. And if you like this really, really much, feel free to support the channel using the super thanks function as well. Where is this? Where's my... Where's my thing? Yeah, there we go. We're on the break. Just gonna fix the time to 12. Let's say 12:55 UTC. I don't think we need a very long intro there. Alrighty, so see y'all in a bit. wish good things to you who is still watching this. I'm still Alexey, and this is still round 4 of the 2025 World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. We are in our longest day of the championship. So far, it has been 4 hours of streaming, and now we're about to witness one more match between Team Japan and Team Malaysia. In the next 10 minutes will be devoted to the preview of that match. You can see the lineups on the screen, of course. Before we have a look at the individual pairings, just a little tournament situation commentary. Out of today's match, this was probably the least impactful for the tournament table, because Japan, with 2 victories in a group of 5 teams, are expected to qualify for the playoffs, and Malaysia are not expected to qualify for the playoffs. And also Japan is generally a much stronger team. They're obviously the reigning world champion, and so it is quite unlikely that Malaysia would win today. However, because Japan is so confident about their victory today, they actually have lined up their lowest rated players, whereas for Malaysia it's really around their usual lineup. And they've also lined up their expert, Rambo Pang. And so if you look at the ratings of the pairings, things are getting pretty close there. Now, from the tournament situation standpoint, again, still, I would say like Japan is a heavy favorite in the match, 70% at the very least. And so we're watching this match not so much to, have our heart rate pump up, trying to wait who's going to win, but just try to admire some good Carcassonne, try to admire the skill of the Japanese players, and we're going to see Malaysia in their noble quest trying to hold their own. For Malaysia, this tournament is mostly about getting experience, and they've also found themselves in a tough group, so they will be just looking forward to winning as many duels as they can, and maybe if they can hang in on some key tables, then maybe they could just accomplish that miracle today of defeating the world champions. Now, first of all, about the lineups of Japan. On table 1, they have Korinu, who, obviously they don't have weak players and everything, but at least compared to other Japanese players, if you have a look at their rating, it's 420, so nowhere near the average of 600 something. As it's for the rest of the teams, and they're playing their peer from Malaysia, Neutral Zone 1, a player whom I haven't covered so much on the stream, somebody who has about 10 times less as experience in terms of games played and board game arena in comparison to their opponent, but hey, rating-wise, they're pretty much equal. So if Malaysia can manage this table, then that's already something. On table 2, we have Rambo Pang, the expert from Malaysian team, so 2,500 games of experience, also playing against Nana Takyu, who is rated about the same. Obviously, massive 5,000 game experience, but this is completely doable for Malaysia. Now, the other tables where it get harder. The highest rated player in this lineup is Should, and they have played nearly 12,000 games. Obviously, their peak rating is way over 700. They're playing one of their newer players, Logan Ganesh, who's rated 290, although their actual playing strength is probably higher because they have been around the block playing in-person games way before that at some point. So I think it was actually quite by accident that the Malaysia team discovered them. They're here for the first year, but this story is somewhere, actually might look it up. I think the story was somewhere in week 2 Curiosities, I believe. So if we have time, it was quite interesting as to how Logan came in touch with the remainder of the team. On table 4, we have Harwo, who is a Master 2, I believe. Now, they're currently rated around 600, but they have been rated over 7, if I'm not mistaken. But even if they have not, obviously 2,000 games of experience nearly and a strong player, they'll be paired against the less experienced White Kit, but somebody with just under 200 rating point difference could actually conceivably deliver the upset here. On table 5, Catherine Jen, a newer player who's rated 100, but that's probably because she hasn't really played that much in Board Game Arena. Also, we don't know which her actual strength is. She will be paired up with Ezi Takuto Traps. That is one of the members of the Traps Club, a Carcassonne club in Japan with around 50 members or 30 members or something like this, several dozen members. Obviously, very high rating and a lot of experience, so he would be expected to win on table 5. Now, as to which duel to follow, I was thinking initially to just follow Should, because first of all, he's the highest rated player, and second, it's a great source for puns, you know, whereas should meeple the city, should, of course. But I have covered him quite enough on this channel, so I figured that we're going to start with the duel which is actually closest, Rambo Pang and Nana Takyu, with identical ratings. So the path for Malaysia to try and achieve this miracle lies in tables 1, 2, and 4. And for Japan, of course, they just need to play their usual game and prove to everybody why they're the 4 times world champion. Tournament situation-wise, I think that Japan could even afford a loss to Malaysia as long as they win their match in the last week. So that's really all how it goes. We finished with our introduction already now, so we have 5 minutes to just relax a little bit and talk, grab a beverage. Kirill Manikov is asking, marathon today? Well, yes, kinda. Initially, I was planning to set up just one stream for 10 hours, but then figured that the break between the 3rd match and the 4th match is a bit too long, so we're going to have 2 mega streams, where in the final part of our morning mega stream, between 9:30 and 14:30 UTC, and obviously the matches were Hungary, Australia, where Hungary won, not without difficulties, 3 versus 2, China, Catalonia, where China, as usual, prevailed 4 versus 1, and now this. In the second part of the day, we're going to have a lot more stuff. We're also going to have a new special guest, somebody who hasn't been on this channel before. We're going to be starting with Guatemala, Greece, then Germany, Poland, and then several other back-to-back matches. And the second part of the day is going to be more packed, because at least in the morning we have times for breaks in between matches. In the evening is going to be the opposite. Like, the next match will even start before the previous one will have a chance to finish. So yeah, that's how it goes. Let's see what they're playing. Just some Carcassonne turn-based games. Yeah, so I'm going to start with this duel. In case if there's a particular player whom you want to watch afterwards, do let me know. Otherwise, let's just wait. Let me actually have a look at, wait, not that one, that one. Oh yeah, there it was, there it was. No, this is week 3. I think it has to be in either week 1 or week 2. Oh yeah, there's this one. I'm just gonna read this out for curiosity how they got this player. So Logan Ganesh is a board game publisher with Faculty of Fun, and one of the creators of the Nasi Lemak the game. Rumor has it that he was discovered by the Malaysian team while he was promoting at a local university shop. He decided to play Carcassonne for the first time in the workshops tournament that was organized by the team, and won. So yeah, told you that was a fortunate real life encounter, which is quite different from how many other teams discover their players. It's very often that everything just happens through Board Game Arena and all these selection tournaments are online. This is just a refreshing change of pace. Anyway, time filler's over. It says exactly 1300 UTC and the match is starting. Rambo Pang is now the higher rated expert against Nana Tak, who's playing brightly yellow meeples against the bright blue of the Japanese player, who immediately places a meeple to equalize the road. Another road for Rambo. And Nana Tak with probably another road over here. Well, let's see how well they know the openings. They do. They do find their best move of starting another ring road, and look at this. Both players are trying to break each other's road. That's quite a lot of fun, although a slight imprecision here for Rambo. Like, it was slightly better to meeple this road so that upon the completion of this road, he could have meepled this city, but it's not going to end up mattering that much. Wait, actually, let me put a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Then we're gonna get some sound. I don't know. I'm okay. Actually, do let me know. Like, do you like having the sounds from the moves being placed on stream? Kind of for me, that makes it just a bit more comfortable. Like whoosh, whoosh, the whooshing sound. But I know that some of y'all don't like it that much. Anyway, so the intricacies of this position, and I was actually about to say that is looking pretty good for yellow, you know, with that early road and then the city threat, but yellow somehow got himself this meeple blocked, and honestly, I think this was yellow's doing. I'm kind of struggled to see what was that move. Why did yellow try to block his own road? Because it worked. His road is now blocked at 2 points, and he'll be playing the entire game with a meeple minority. This is just beyond sad. But you know what? All is not over. I mean, still Nana Tak has the advantage here. Let's see how crazy Rambo is going to be. Not that much. He's not going to meeple this road, although it's... now he wishes he did. He must be kicking himself. Well, he chooses not to finish his city regardless. He chooses to start a new one over here. Maybe put a bit of a pressure here. Nana Tak connects to the city on the left. And now the fantastic tell for Rambo. Of course, you know what to do with it. He's going to invade this here city at the bottom. Still 6 Dorito tiles to connect. And then if he manages to do so, which he hasn't just yet, if only he manages to connect over here, which he won't, as Nana Tak to get himself an invasion tile to completely thwart this effort. But if he were to manage this, then he would be able to compensate the loss of this here meeple. Yeah, the thing with the Japanese players is positions with the meeple advantage are their absolute bread and butter. Because the style of most Japanese players tend to be such that they prioritize one-on-one mini battles a lot. And if there are a lot of meeples tangled in one-on-one mini battles, like if one side is missing a player, missing a meeple somewhere, then that absence is much heavier felt than normally. And the first monastery in the game also goes for Nana Tak. No. No. Misclick for Rambo. This move from yellow. He meant, of course, to place this upwards to defend this square. Instead, he placed it downwards, making it so that he has blocked his own city. Oh, this is a disaster. We're starting this with a disaster. Yeah, and he's about to write that it was a misclick indeed. So, I mean, like, he's rated over 500. Of course he knows what he's doing. But, again, so he meant to put it like this, leaving still one tile to complete his city and give himself a chance to get a meeple back. Yeah, and he is being a good sport about this, but now he realizes that, hey, like, what I do. Yeah, after this, honestly, I don't think there's really coming back for yellow. So my plan is, what I'm going to do, I'm going to maybe keep this game in the background and try to watch another table. I guess that maybe there's like a way how yellow can go here and like try and start a new, try like win the city or something, or just get a boatload of quick points. But Nana Takio has a scoreboard lead. Takio also has multiple monasteries, extra meeples, like this here's trapped, this here's trapped. Okay, well that's something. That's something for the Malaysian. So we pre-build a 6-point city, even though there's only one tile remaining that fits there. One tile beats 0. Then maybe we can somehow go here and start blocking this square, and then we can get this meeple back for 6 points, pick up the city cap for 4 extra, try to get a couple of curves here to block this, although this is not quite the plan. So this, okay, that's actually pretty good. Now I'm blocking this square, that's pretty good, that's pretty good. Takio gets 3 points, but makes his monastery kind of blockable, which it was blockable to begin with, to be fair, but not a blocking tile for Rambo. And Nana Takio now needs to find not this move. Okay, this is actually a great outcome for yellow. So here's the problem with this here move. It looks like it defends the monastery towards a 50-50, which it does. But actually, it's not something that you want to be doing, because if you're ahead here as blue, you're up 13 points on the scoreboard, you know, all of these good stuff, up meeples, then you kind of have to assume that Rambo is going to get the last remaining Dorito tile for here. And if Rambo is going to get the last remaining Dorito tile for here, then this here saving of the square is not going to help you. The real way to save this square would be saving it towards a vanilla city cap, which, by the way, he now got. So there you have it. And then, of course, I see the idea, like, it's super nice to pre-build such a city, and in case blue does get that Dorito tile, then blue is going to score 8 points for the city, 9 for the monastery, and all that good stuff, and then blue will look like a genius. But the thing is, if blue gets that tile, then blue doesn't need those extra points in order to win. For blue, it's going to be simply sufficient that yellow doesn't get that tile. So from a win probability standpoint, like when you're ahead, you don't want to be defending like this. Instead, you want to be waiting for something to give you a better defense, really. Glovier is saying they're playing so fast. Yeah, I didn't expect this, because normally, well, at least Japanese players don't have the reputation for playing fast at all. But then, like, if you're winning, it kind of makes sense to play fast, because you see that your opponent is, well, making some mistakes, obviously, as Rambo has pointed out themselves in the chat. Then maybe you just wanted them to keep making those mistakes. By the way, to make our Malaysian fans feel a little bit better, with this accidental self-block over here, if we were to defend properly, and of course Takio gets the Dorito tile, so this city is trapped, he's going to get the 10 points because of the 2 extra points for the shield, and it's going to be yummy, 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 points-wise. Wow. But yeah, so I was going to say, so like this here tile, if it goes like this, then Nana Takio would have drawn the dagger regardless. So this one over here that would fit for Rambo to continue the city. So I don't think there was really any realistic way for yellow to win this game, but it all started over here in a completely acceptable position, even in a good position for yellow. Just they decided to self-block in order to share some 3 road points from his opponent. Yeah, that was a bit extra for sure. It could have been a misclick as well, because this move would actually have made a lot of sense with the city cap pointing outwards, pre-building the road towards a road end. It almost feels like Rambo normally doesn't play yellow, which might be the case because I haven't seen him play yellow meeples before. And then he kind of looked as yellow as possibly his opponent's meeples. Sometimes this thing can happen. But let's see if he managed to recover in the second one. I mean, this one went by so fast that it might be worth just sticking around with this duel. Although, you know what, you have about 30 seconds to influence my decision. If you want to watch a different pairing, we absolutely can. Because I'm not sure if there is any indication if the players are going to slow down in the second one. And you know, I generally don't like commentating fast-paced games because there's only enough time to announce the action. And I feel like something more peaceful at the moment. So all the features are counted on the board. Only 3 field points in the entire game, which is pretty interesting. Not something that you're going to see very often in Carcassonne. Just the 3-point farm at the bottom for blue. And an exact 30-point difference in just under 10 minutes. So the ratings have changed. The Japanese player has now the psychological rating edge as well. So not a great start for Malaysia, but let's see how they're doing on their other table. Catalonia is playing against neutrals, and there are 20 tiles remaining over here. They're still in the first game, and this one looks a bit better for Malaysia. 4 points extra on the scoreboard, some other features on the board as well. Catalonia with a good 9-point farmer here, but this 9-point farmer is likely to stay at these 9 points, unless, of course, yellow draws the last remaining starting tile that would fit into this square to score 6 extra points for the city, and then also give him some additional green squares. And the thing with this starting tile, this would be so incredibly annoying to deal with for red, because look at this. Here and here, the same starting tile is needed, so yellow can score 6 points here hypothetically, and then this wouldn't even help red's road that go through that square, because red road goes all the way here into another spot shaped like a starting tile with only 1 starting tile remaining in the deck. And it looks like neutrals is basically betting his entire game on the starting tile, because he's dropping a farmer here and trying to get a starting tile here in order to invade the 9-point field of neutrals. And it does not seem like the best choice to me. If you're gonna go for the starting tile idea, then you're probably better off going for this 6-point farm. First of all, because there are more points to begin with. And second points, if your opponent does get the starting tile to connect to the city, then at the very least, you know that your opponent is going to bring you into the field. But there is more. We can see that yellow is starting a new city here, obviously leaving a city cap behind, which has been taken advantage by red. There's a 6-point field, potentially a 9-point field after the city getting completed here. There's another 12-point field potentially if this city gets finished with a vanilla city cap, which they're not remaining in the deck anymore, but I believe there might be some other tiles. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. At this relatively early stage in the game, there's actually no tile that fits into the square. All 5 vanilla city caps, all 5 vertical splitters, all 5 extenders have gone out. 11 tiles fit into this configuration normally, and none of them are available. So that's a pretty big block here for neutrals, who's now going to take this 5-point road, kind of figuring that they just need to start scoring and scoring and scoring and scoring and scoring. Catalonia builds this city over here, and that's also a pretty interesting city. We're going to talk about more in detail, but there's just so many interesting things about this position. For example, this monastery here for 8 points. It's also waiting for a starting tile for meeple recovery. So it feels like multiple squares require a starting tile, but of course only one of them is available. But we're not done. There's another interesting peculiarity here in this here part of the board. There's a 9-point field, except that this 9-point field is completely closed up and inaccessible. Okay, so Catalonia now gets a starting tile, and they get this 4-point city. Yeah, I can... It's not a good move. Now, you see, and definitely they should have thought about it at least more. So first of all, the reason why they didn't want to get this city, I understand. Because you see, once they've invested a second farmer, then them going here would give them negative points, because they would score 6 points for the city, whilst also uniting their 2 farmers. And uniting their 2 farmers wouldn't do much good for them, because currently this city and this city are scored twice for this and this. And obviously if the farmers are united, then these cities would only score once. So going over here and claiming that 6-point city would actually gain that 6-point city, but lose 6 field points for yellow, at least in the short term, and also inadvertently prolong neutral's road. But this move here by yellow was also a move of negative points, because yellow took 4 points over here, and then they allowed the entry of this meeple into this field here. So I don't know, man. Now a 6-point farmer on the left, which is actually the highest scoring opportunity. Although monastery was also possible, or a road move was also possible, but Catalonia has the luxury of having enough meeples to throw around a little bit. But anyway, so this move here scored 4 points for Catalonia and actually relinquished 6 points due to allowing the unification of his 9-point field together with Red's 3-point field. So that was a net -2 move. Moreover, it gave back this farming platform for Red, which Red immediately took advantage of. And it could have been even a greater disaster if Red were to draw the last road monastery, which he didn't, but he could have. Red would have gone all the way around here and overtaken the main field of the game and took away the 9 points from this yellow guy over here. But we're not done. Neutral is now sort of pre-finishing his road, and I think this move is based on the assumption that there's somewhere one starting tile, and it would have been a beautiful move, except that there isn't a starting tile, so this square is not going to get filled. But this move has some other merits, like it makes sure that yellow does not have the capacity to meeple that road. That road is 6 points. Still, neutral was better just scoring points somewhere. But we're still not done, because there's some other interesting things in this position. This 9-point field has actually become completely inaccessible now, because the only way to access this 9-point field is to either place a tile in this square, which as we discovered is non-existent, or this square, which is also not existent, because 1, a 2, a 3, all the 3 right-handed daggers had gone out. So it's so interesting how, like, it just looks always so unpleasant that there's such a beautiful field in the middle, and geometrically neither side can claim it. So what do we have on the board now? We have 5 tiles until the end of the game, and a slight advantage for Red. Field-wise, so these 2 guys are equal, and then these 2 guys are equal. So there's an extra this guy for 6 points, which is almost compensated by the road, which the road is 5 points. Then there's this 8 points monastery against this 9-point city. And Cotonou has 3-point city against this 4-point road. So actually, when all is said and done, if I'm not mistaken, neutrals is still ahead 6 points. Or something along those lines. And I don't quite see an easy comeback chance for Cotonou. Well, he could score 2 points now, as he should. And he should be still at -4 or -3 at the moment. And all neutrals needs to do is just to respond with quick points. But it's not obvious exactly how you do it. The highest scoring move on the board is to go here and score 3 points for this road. But this would also complete this shared city over here. Also, he goes for the farm, which could be a bit problematic, but I guess the idea was that he's trying to sneak into the field. Not that he really has to. Now he'd be ahead 6 or 7, but then now Cotonou can go here for 7. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's why you don't want to be doing stuff like this, because you give back your opponent meeples to score. If you were just to go here and take the 3 points like this, at least he'd be giving himself back a meeple too. Wow. And wow. Okay, I'm shocked about this move. I think we might have seen a throw. Cotonou discards a monastery and doesn't even meeple it. The reason why it's such a severe mistake, and it's something that's at 400 levels players definitely should know, that he's going to end up with a meeple surplus. Well, first of all, I mean, there was this higher scoring move for 7 points, but whatever. Even if you're going to go here for whatever spatial reason, maybe he's afraid of some like field invasions, it's kind of tricky to predict how sort of players think at the pre-expert level. But even if you go here, just meeple this man, because like he's gonna end up with a meeple not used. And at the moment, I think that neutrals probably can't lose this game even if he tries, except losing it on time. So yeah, that was I'm not even sure how to finish that sentence, but definitely, well, one of the biggest blunders we've seen recently. Well, neutral is thinking for a long time, and I think, okay, I can see how he could blow this game. I think he could blow this game by not using his last meeple. No, but even then he's like around 6 ahead, right? Yeah, there's just no way. And I think the move that he's considering is going here, kind of trying to calculate if there's still other curves remaining to get this guy into the field. And bear in mind that I don't think players have accurate information about the remaining tiles, because it seems to me that both seem to be thinking, based on their previous moves, that there's somehow still a starting tile remaining to fit into the square, which of course would just bring in a gush of dopamine if that were the case, completing such an important piece of the puzzle, and the city and the field connections and the road and the other field. Like yummy, 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 but no. Doesn't exist. In the meantime, you can think about which duel we're watching next. We might stick with this one, because I have a feeling that Rambo Pang might have already finished. With their pace, they might have finished 5 games already. So let's see, let's try and solve the endgame for these players. There are no curves remaining anymore. But how about curvy tiles of other kind? Well, I do see a road Dorito. No, I don't. And there are no crossroads remaining either. And there are no dagger tiles remaining either. Which means that this idea, trying to invade the field, no longer works. But this idea doesn't work either, because there are no monastery tiles remaining, and there are no vanilla city caps remaining either. So just a 3 points move for neutrals honestly is going to be good enough. He's not going to get this meeple back, but he doesn't really need to. And there's just nothing that Cotigny can do really. So he has 0 meeples. And you know what? I mean, 0 tiles remaining. But you know what? What's the cool part about this? Even if yellow were to make his optimal move and go here for 7 points, then this move here for neutrals would actually be the only game-winning move. Because this is such a rare situation, he took away the highest scoring feature on the board, and the highest scoring possible feature is 3 points. Because look at the straight line now. If not for this road, he could have taken this 3 point road like this. But the highest scoring feature that you could do is 2 points. Just a measly 2 points for this guy. There isn't even a 3 point field or a 3 point road lying around. This is like super, super rare. So this means that I think if my calculations are correct, even after the 7 point monastery move, this in fact would have been the only way to win for neutrals. Gets himself a 3 point road against the 2 point road of Cotigny, like winning by 1, like something like this. So let's have a look. Let's have a second. So what would have happened if Cotigny were to meeple their monastery for 7 points, which is what they should have done? Yep, exactly. They would have lost by 1 regardless. So definitely massive credit goes here for the Malaysian player to make a very, very counterintuitive move over here. And this being the best move available of all the moves. Like, this is actually really, really amazing endgame skills for the Malaysian. And for Cotigny, the only chance was first of all to meeple the 7 point monastery. And then hope that neutrals makes a mistake. That's it. That was literally the only way. This is such a fascinating endgame, by the way. So after this, so he has 7 more. Yeah, this move wins for red because every single remaining tile, these are the remaining tiles after the monastery. Every single tile is a road tile, so it goes here. But if you fail to notice that road and if you do something else, if red just does something like this and goes for a waiting move and doesn't spend his meeple, then yellow goes here, and then red can only score 2 points, and then red loses by 1. This is the only game-winning move. And like, when was the last time that you've seen that the decisive feature of the game in an endgame is a 3 point road? Like, this is an unbelievably closed position. Man, who would have thought we would see this rather beautiful endgame in players who are rated under an expert level? I want to keep watching them, but I want to have a look at Rambo 2. Not the movie, the player. Oh, and look at this. Now, responding in kind, these guys are not playing the decider. Okay, maybe let's just have a Let's just have a brief look at this. They're kind of wrapping up, and this looks pretty good for Rambo now with his scoreboard and his, what? 5 meeples to play, lordy. But of course, massive field here for blue for the Japanese player, long road. Actually, it looks pretty good for blue. It's a tricky position really to play. Oh man, massive field. It's a very fun position. Also blue. Now blocking a lot of stuff, and Rambo trying to invade. Okay, this is an exciting endgame. I have to watch this. Let's catch up with the other players a little bit later. So this is for the decider on table 2. Something that Malaysia absolutely needs. And the lead of Rambo is really not that great at all. I mean, he's not leading at the moment. And honestly, ooh, there's just so much going on in this position. So first of all, scoreboard, whatever. This 4-point road is blocked. This road is kind of blocked. All but blocked, really, for 9 points. This farmer here makes a lot of sense. Absolutely has to try and invade the main 15-point field at the bottom. It doesn't look like this because the field is pretty small by area, but you don't get to score for size. You get to score for the number of cities that the field is touching, and the number of cities is 5. And Rambo with another farmer, which is pretty interesting. So he's delaying the connection of this here farmer and goes for one more to try and overtake this farm. And I think actually this patience might be paid off, because even if he doesn't invade with this guy, then he's going to be equalizing over here, and he's going to preserve himself a 6-point field. And also I believe there's still one straight line remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So this invasion is still possible. But most importantly, not only it is possible, it appears that it is actually needed as well. Because Takyu has a huge threat over here. Both road monasteries are still remaining in the deck, and his 2-point road could turn into a 3-point road. And of course, he'd get extra 8 points for the monastery in the process, and more importantly, he would get this farmer at the top, which already is doing not too shabby with 9 points. He would get this farmer to the main field, and that's why Rambo needs those farmers. And that's why Rambo probably needs a farmer over here as well. And that's why probably Takyu needs to go here for the 6-point field. Or here for the 6-point field, actually. Something like this. Because you know that, like, eventually these monasteries are going to be drawn. And it's a nearly 80% chance that one of them is going to be drawn by Takyu. Instead, he chooses to connect at the bottom, which makes a lot of sense. Rambo uses the monastery tile as a field tile, which actually in this position also makes sense. It is a 6-point field, so there is that. And he doesn't really want to put the monastery in this square. In fact, he probably wants to draw the other monastery as well. Curvy tile for Takyu and several things to do here. He could take 3 points for this road. He could complete this here field connection. He could do something about the field connection here, although I'm not sure if that's possible. Yeah, so this move makes the most sense. And actually the only way for Rambo to make it into this field is to either draw a straight line over here or draw something like a monastery, road monastery plus curve. But it looks like we're running incredibly short on curves as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see only one, which has not yet been played, lurking there in the deck. But still, this means that this here route into the field is absolutely possible. The field is going to be the game decisive feature. If all the fields unite, that's going to be 24 points. And then even if Rambo ties the field, just from these potential 8 points for the monastery, I think Takyu would actually come ahead. He also has another chance to try and make something happen, maybe going here and dropping a farmer, trying to get a curve and preserve the majority on the 9-point field at the top. And he does this, but without the farmer, and this I have doubts about. I can understand how he wants to draw the road monastery, but I have a feeling that the road monastery is not actually necessary for Takyu to win. I can see them winning without the road monastery, believe it or not. Because that evil hamster spot here, or sinister hamster spot, because it's an 18-point spot technically, it really only benefits blue. So if yellow gets the monastery, well, I guess he can go here for 3 points, right? And this is why as Takyu I probably wanted to go here. I want to have that insurance farmer. Yeah, because you can easily imagine how Rambo could go here, and then here with a, let's say, road monastery or curve, and then just equalize all the fields and keep his scoreboard lead in order to win the game. I don't know. And yeah, it feels like if we go here, then from blue's perspective, we're giving ourselves one more game-winning tile. So we probably win the game if we get the straight line, because then this guy can't connect to the main field. We probably win the game if we get the road monastery, because we get to make this connection here, and we get to place our meeple for 8 points. But if we were to go here, we could win. I think we could win without those tiles at all, if we were to simply get a curve, the last remaining curve, which I believe is still out there. Yeah, I just was double checking with my eyes. And then we're just going to have a 9-point field at the top with 2 versus 1 meeple majority. And then with that we would overtake the scoreboard. Then we have the slightly longer road, this here piece, and with that it would probably be quite difficult for Rambo to score enough to compensate for that in the late stages of the game. Yeah, because let's say if Rambo gets the road monastery as his last tile, what you gonna do? We'll score 5 points, I guess, but 5 points is something that we can maybe withstand. Now a rather awkward tile for the Japanese player, trying to solve this endgame with only 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Now with 6 tiles remaining, so 5 in the deck and 1 in Rambo's hand, it's a lot to calculate. In fact, you can't really solve this exhaustively because there are 720 possibilities how the tiles could turn out. I mean, of course, some of these possibilities are sort of equivalent to each other, but typically with 6 tiles remaining, these endgames are pretty difficult to solve. So he just, what does he do? Yeah, discards a tile. That sort of makes some sense. It's not a complete discard. It like does something about, okay, what this move does, I have no idea. It doesn't matter. Takyu is going to get himself the monastery and put it where it belongs. The fact that he has not done so makes me worried a great deal. And in time trouble, and it is entirely possible that he might talk himself out of this. Yes, okay, Rambo goes for the field invasion. Takyu gets a straight line, but Rambo could get a curve. And that's why, as Takyu, I was suggesting to drop a farmer here earlier on. Like, I think blue is still probably going to win this. But that's a very nice move here by Rambo, because he knows that a straight line is not good enough to defend. And this is so beautiful. Look at this. This farm is controlled by 2 blue guys. And then with 1 curve, 2 yellow guys are going to come in. Beautiful stuff. Oh! So you know what Takyu has to do. The insurance move. I think this is the victory. We go here. We meeple the 1 point row. No. We go here. And we meeple the farm on this side. Yeah. Oh, but this is kind of hard to spot. And then if Rambo gets the curve, and if they place the curve over here, they will be bringing in this yellow guy, but also this blue guy for the 3 versus 2 majority. Can he see this tactic? It's not easy to see this tactic. With 13, 12, 10 points on the board, he doesn't see it. Curve goes for Rambo. Rambo's gonna get the 3 points. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Gotta claim 4 points after 5, 4, 3. He's gonna lose on time. I hope not. He's not gonna lose on time. He was so close. In time trouble, he didn't find his best move, but also, like, it took me a while. It took me like 2 minutes to actually figure this out. The move to guarantee the victory was to go here and drop a farmer, of course, not allowing Rambo the invasion, but I think it might be just enough regardless. Yeah, it's just enough regardless, just because that monastery is going to score a lot. Still, excellent effort by Rambo. Nana Takyu is going to barely survive. There were some, more clinical ways of doing this, but a win is a win is a win is a win. Congratulations for the Japanese player with 4 seconds remaining on their clock. Okay, this match is getting pretty good. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that kind of Malaysia-Japan is going to have this close of endgames, but man. Well, the highest rated player in Malaysia at the moment, on this lineup, lost, sadly, for Malaysia. But how we're doing with neutrals? Neutrals in Catalonia are playing their second game. And neutrals is winning here. And so it looks like Malaysia is going to get at least a match points in the match, which is already an achievement against Team Japan. Can Catalonia prevent this? Well, they're trying. They do have the extra meeples. Actually, they're doing not too shabby. So, the main thing that neutral has going for him is 15 points on the scoreboard. Who knows how this was achieved? Maybe this big city was completed. Maybe these 2 monasteries and the extra road had to do something with it. And the third one over here. Probably a bit of everything from above. So what does Catalonia has to show for it? Well, a bit of something. First of all, there's this blocked red meeple for 2 points. There's this blocked red meeple for 1 point. Or almost blocked, rather, because there's still 1 tile that would get this guy out. The main thing that yellow has is the field, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 completed cities for 18 points. Ironclad control with 2 yellow meeples versus 1 red guy. Well, Ironclad is a bit of a stretch, given the fact that there are multiple field connection platforms. For example, I can see still 2 Doritos lurking in the deck, and it's quite possible for neutrals. I mean, first of all, neutrals of course going to finish a city. And even goes for the road, like just wants to score as far as possible. Sure, whatevs, man. This late in the game. But for example, I see a platform here for invasion through a Dorito tile, or even better, a platform here to drop a farmer like this. Wait, never mind. I was about to hallucinate. Obviously, don't do this. Don't be like me. Don't drop 0-point farmer on the left. Yeah, this was really the only viable field connection platform. Now blocked by Catalonia. I'm not sure if this is necessarily the best move. I mean, it looks certainly solid, but I would be very interested as yellow into the idea of starting a potential 10-point city over here and creating that threat and putting neutrals in a top position. There's 1 more field connection platform though, and let's see if the Malaysian chooses to use it. Over here at the bottom, with a farmer like this, hoping for one remaining straight line, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 remaining curves to fit into that square. It's blockable, but it's you know, high prob enough invasion to be worth trying. And if you're unsuccessful, then at the very least you have a city cap here, which you can score. You can get 4 points and develop yourself a small 3-point field or something like this. What you should not do as the Malaysian is that you should not go over here, and you should not try attacking the city. And that's another thing that yellow has going for them in the position. They have this blocked city, but it's already scoring 9 points, outscoring red's monastery with 2 versus 1 meeple majority. That's also quite helpful that the players are using bright yellow and bright red to make these features well visible. Yeah, the reason why you shouldn't really try invading the city is because all 4 cow tiles have gone out. So you definitely don't want to try start something there. But I think the main strategic decision that neutrals got to take, and honestly, I'm not sure if like players at the 400 level can do that, but maybe they can. And what he got to do is like try to assess the position and figure out if he even needs the field in order to win. And if he doesn't need the field, then is it still worth to try and attack the field regardless, just from pure equity point? So 17 points on the scoreboard, which basically compensates this field. 5 points for these roads. Yeah, so he's like 4 points ahead in the moment in total. But he's a meeple down. So in this position, I'd say that a meeple is worth more than 4 points. And he goes there and starts a new city. Okay, whatever, sure. I'm not sure exactly. Okay, actually, I know the reason for this move. I think his plan is to get a city splitter and drop a farmer or something like this. And to finish his monastery. And he's trying to protect his monastery. I'm not sure if this is what matters at this stage of the game. Probably going for the field attack would have to be absolutely worth it. But hey, neutrals is going to finish his city. And the reason why I like that, I would have liked that move, is because Corinu is 4 points behind, but with the extra meeple, they can score 6 points for this field. 6 points for this, or like 5-6 points for this future road, potentially, depending on the tile that comes out. And so the value of a meeple is greater than 4 points in this position. Second, there's another threat. There are a lot, and I mean a lot, and by a lot I mean 2, of these here city tiles available, the splitter tiles. And with that, Corinu could make himself an 8-point move. 1 point for the ruin, 4 points for the city, 3 points for the field. And actually now he can even double down on the setup and do something like this. So neutrals finishes a 4-point city, kind of reclaiming their 5-point lead now, if I'm not mistaken, which has now become a 4-point lead again. Both players not yet noticing that it is possible for neutrals to attack the field here. And actually, he has an incredibly powerful move. But it's a very, very difficult spot. So obviously there is still this invasion platform. But with a Dorito tile, instead of a splitter, this platform is not as powerful because you don't have the value that you can get for developing a secondary field of your own. The platform, of course, is to go here. And this move is a complete game killer. It's basically guaranteed invasion because either you're getting a road tile to invade through here, or you getting a splitter tile, and then you're invading through here directly. And of course, neither player sees this option. Red didn't see this right now, and this was an absolute game killer, like no questions asked. This would have dum 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 dum. Well, he goes for farmer. I mean, this 6-point farm is pretty cool. It's really cool. And he's trying to set up that splitter, but Corinu gets the splitter first, gets himself the 8-point move. And you see the point is with the farmer here, he could have actually threatened the invasion here directly. And that's the thing with these... oh, and the second... Oh, that's just obscene. Yeah, but with this sort of tile, I think on stream, in the last 2 years, I've seen like 4 or 5 opportunities for a player to invade the field through a city tile, and all of them were missed by the players, and all of them were game decisive, by the way. I saw something like this in the Champions League, in last year's World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. But yeah, generally, like, field invasions through the city are a bit more counterintuitive to notice, because you don't think as of cities as something through which you invade. Yeah, and obviously now Corinho takes 10 points for the city. Neutral is going to get some compensations. 6 points for his newly acquired farm. 1 point for the monastery. A meeple back, which he can now spend for, well, actually for quite a lot of points. Hey, 6-point road over here is not too shabby at all. But with the big ruin and still control of what has become a 21-point field, neutral should be not winning this. I mean, according you should be winning this, but wait a second, it's not actually obvious as to which last move is better, because there's this 6-point road and there's this 6-point field. And in order to figure out the best move, you need to figure out exactly what is the tile that Corinho has in hand. So let's say if Corinho had something like a curve. No, let's say if he something had like a Dorito with a road, which he doesn't, because all the 5 Doritos with the road are on the board. But let's say if he did. So then the correct move is to go here and take this 6-point road rather than this 6-point field, because we will be denying our opponent the scoring opportunity on their last move, because we want to not only take one of these 2 6-point scoring options, we also want to try and make sure that our opponent cannot take the other option. But if the remaining tile is something like a regular Dorito, which it isn't, then the correct move is to go here and go for this 6-point farm, and then with the last regular Dorito or something, our opponent can obviously not take this 6-point road, because a Dorito is not a road tile. So this is the kind of stuff that's going through neutral's mind. Let's try and help them and see what the options are. And if I'm not mistaken, the last tile should be a curve, but let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's not a curve. It's not a curve, it's something else. No vanillas, no splitters of any kind, no Doritos. Oh, it appears to be a horse. It appears to be a horse. Which means that it doesn't matter which exactly of these 6-pointers you take. But still, you do have to make the calculation as neutrals, and just like in the last game, they spent, remember, like in the last game, they spent like 3 minutes trying to figure out their optimal move, and they did find a very non-trivial move there. In this one, it will end up not mattering, but you got to give them massive credit for trying. I didn't count the points in fully. It looks like they will be losing this game after all. But you know what? Yeah, the main thing that lost him this game, I'm not sure if it's a mistake necessarily. I guess it's a mistake, but it would be the wrong word. It's more like a miss of not seeing this field invasion spot, which was just really a guaranteed win at that point. But it's better to lose the game on a miss than a blunder, because like a mistake or a blunder is something that I would call like something really counterproductive. Yeah, so he does find at least one of his best moves, scores 3 points for 6 points for a field, 3 points for a road as the final verdict for Corinho. GG saying neutrals, and I think here we're going to be headed into a decider soon enough. Well, it's actually quite a small score difference even. So yeah, got a feel for Malaysia here, but worthy fights, just the field became too much. And also I called it, like he was slightly ahead, but it's really that 8-point setup, with the extra city in Cotoneau's field, that's what really did it for them. And it's actually very easy to misevaluate the position. Because, first of all, the main thing we do for evaluating the position, we look at the points and we look at the meeples. Because points is not enough. Like if one player is like 5 points ahead and the other has 2 meeples extra, the other player is obviously winning, like by a lot. Because the meeples are typically worth at least 6 points or something. But then the other thing to evaluate is threats. And it is sometimes possible that the side which is behind on meeples and behind on points is actually the better side because of all of the threats that they have. And it's also easy to misvalue the positions when their opponent has the field, because let's say if you think that your opponent has an 18-point field, you kind of forget the option that it's very easy for an 18-point field to become a 21-point field or a 24-point field if there are a sufficient number of city caps remaining in the deck. So yeah, told you, difficult game. Alrighty, so we're headed into the decider as neutrals will be the starting player. They have already taken 4 points on their first move, and Japan with an interesting response of meepling the city cap as opposed to the road. They're now also trying to build a ring road right over here for 4. Neutrals starting a new city in the only legal square, and now with the first substantial mistake of the game. So they're starting a rather unappealing looking 1-point city, whereas they should have gone here and cleaned off the city cap, of course. Mainly, maybe Red is thinking how he's going to obstruct this city of yellow, but not really. Most of the time, it's actually yellow who ends up getting a curve first and obstructing the city of red. But let's see how this develops. So now, this is the reason why I gotta clean off city caps. Now, Cotoneau has the opportunity to do this. And that's just gonna sort the position of him right out. But instead, he makes a move which actually helps his opponent. So first of all, it looks like he's trying to break Red City, but in reality, all this move does is endangers his monastery. The most likely outcome is that neutral just gonna get a city plus road tile and then block this square. So yeah, I also see this quite a lot in pre-expert and even expert level sometimes, that the stage of the game where the most noticeable skill difference is the opening. Because most players can learn pretty quickly how to fight for fields and stuff, and to count tiles and make optimal endgame moves. Although there are varying degrees of consistency. Like, opening principles are much, much harder because it's less about calculation and more about, yeah, just board vision, really. And because all the remaining tiles are still in the pool, the options that you have to imagine in your mind, either during the game or preferably in pre-game practice, they're just so much more plentiful than in the middle game or the end game. In the meantime, we're starting with a very, very blocky position as Cotoneau now gets this 2-point road. We just take it into neutral city. Neutrals takes this city cap just to score some points. Actually, that it does make sense for them. And now both players have vulnerabilities here. So look at this. Imagine if neutrals gets the last remaining rose tile. He can go over here and block the meeple of yellow, and the other meeple of yellow. Very, very blocky move. And like, how do you respond as Cotigny? Like, option one is we go here and we try to limit the square and we try to salvage that square as far as possible. Option two is not that. That option, well, it's not that bad necessarily, but what this does, it definitely saves this road, because there are 5 Doritos that fit into the square. Like, this road is going to be fine. But it does create a bigger city, which shares squares with the yellow monastery, and it's not something that you want to have as yellow. Because now the monastery quality is a bit worse. Like, he's going to be forced to spend a tile here on a shared feature to get his meeple back. It's also quite easy for neutrals to get like road or something and try and block that square. Instead, a wasted tile for neutrals, really, building up his part of the city, which could be a shared city regardless. If you're going to make that move, you better off place this over here so that you endanger the monastery a little bit more. But it's entirely possible. One also thing that players tend to learn really late, even like sometimes not until expert level, is thinking about meeples in relative terms rather than absolute terms. So for experienced players, it is abundantly clear that it is in their interest to block the monastery of yellow. But red might be reluctant to do so because they don't want to block the meeple of their own. Even though obviously it's not a meeple of their own, it's a meeple together with this guy. So if they do manage to block this square, they're blocking 1 meeple of their own and 2 meeples of their opponent. So relatively, they're 1 meeple up. In the meantime, some natural moves are being played. Red developed his monastery on the right for 7 points. Cotigny got himself out of the tricky road situation at the bottom, whilst leaving nothing promising back to Red City over here. Now, there is still plenty of patterns how to complete this city. I guess you have to go for 3 Doritos like this, plus a city cap like this, but it could take some time, and even if Cotigny gets just 1 straight line to put over here, that would be already a way to annoy 2 squares. Neutrals with the monastery here, and it's actually not obvious at all to find the optimal placement, and it's not that. It's interesting, but it's just way too risky. Because I see the idea he's trying to be like extra efficient to go here with like city caps and such. But the big risk here is that he can get 2 of his meeples blocked, especially when one of these daggers has been drawn. So if Cotigny gets 1 straight line, there's going to be only 2 daggers that are left here. Yellow can then go to this square, add themselves a point, and then try to put it here. Interesting. Yeah, so the best move here was actually to place the monastery here, because it does so much. It shares a square with this monastery. You can build a 5-point roll like this, and it also takes advantage of this here road end, which allows you some quick points. It also indirectly protects this road over here, because with the monastery here, Cotigny, of course, would not have gone over here, would not have added a monastery point to neutrals, and would not have created this actually rather big threat against Red's road. 6 crossroads have gone out, meaning that there are only 2 remaining. If yellow gets a crossroads and goes here for 3 points, then this meeple here will be stuck at 2 points for a long time, if not forever. Monastery for Cotigny, obviously now going to meeple it. Now this square is severely threatened, so probably neutral's going to go here and defend, unless he just wants to get a meeple back. But I really feel like, if we're going to go for this move, then we have to protect our meeples. Still 2 tiles fit into the square. Excellent chance to recover the meeples at some point. Instead, he finishes the road, which I guess makes sense, but starting a new road, a new city, does seem to be an extra. Like, this meeple gets blocked there at such a high frequency, like you wouldn't believe. Cotigny now has plenty of options to just keep abusing the meeples of his opponent. Like this one seems to be the strongest one, severely restricting this square, decreasing the quality of this square, and he does indeed find it. Nice tactical finds from neutrals, from Cotigny. Neutrals now makes a rather big mistake. Now the farm is okay, but it was definitely not the best move at all. Now the best move, it's easy. It's not easy. It's not easy to find. It's actually to go here and try to pre-build this city, waiting for one of the 4 remaining Dorito tiles, or a tile like this, or defending, of course. Yeah, actually, if you're going to go for the farmer, you might as well defend your city and drop the city cap in your field. The reason why this was a mistake, it was too disruptive for their monastery pattern over here. Now because he was just needing city plus road tiles in too many places on the board. Now what this move did do, I mean, he did get bailed out by the deck a little bit because he did get these 3 points, but then again, he wasn't able to capitalize where he truly wanted these 3 points, which is this here city. Red is somehow still ahead. 7 points on the scoreboard and also some features on the board as well, but Cotigny with 4 extra meeples, so certainly the preferable side here. The issue is, sometimes when you have a meeple advantage, and I very often say that, a meeple advantage can more than compensate for the points disadvantage. With 30 tiles remaining, we're kind of close to the territory that it would be difficult to spend those meeples productively, because 6 monasteries have been drawn, so you can't use your meeples as monks. I guess you can't use, well, you can use your meeples as farmers, but the position is pretty closed. I guess the best farming option is to go here and equalize this guy, and then after this you're equal and there are no other true invasion platforms really. Yeah, and Cotigny just goes for a new city, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Neutral builds up his ruin around his monastery. Yeah, this move is a good 5-point investment. He can even threaten the completion of the city with something like a starting tile and maybe something else. Like a dagger, there's still 2 of those remaining. And obviously a normal city cap here. And even if he does not succeed, this city will be a sufficient distraction for neutrals. Another interesting thing about this position is that once this monastery meeple has been placed, which is a perfectly legit move, actually it's a pretty good move, I'm going to say. Although, I would have gone here for 6 points if you're going to do something like this. But this move also makes a lot of sense, because it's like, controls some nice green squares, it also prevents yellow from invading this ruin, which by the way is another possible path for victory. If yellow gets a road Dorito, he can go over here and invade through a regular Dorito right now. Not right now, but like at some point. Yellow's also scoring quick points. Yellow can also do something like this, start a new road, put some pressure on this guy. Actually, that will be a lot of pressure because of the dagger asymmetry. There's still 2 right-handed daggers remaining, but there's only 1 left-handed dagger remaining. And the left-handed dagger is exactly the kind of tile that red needs here right now to complete his potentially 8-point city. Instead, a farm is being dropped, which honestly still makes a lot of sense. And actually this allows for an even more fun sequence. If Cotigny gets himself a road Dorito and goes for the city invasion idea, which can actually be easily thwarted. Neutral's gonna go over here. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a painful move. But a starting tile, the last starting tile in the deck, is a fantastic draw for yellow here. Goes here, possibly for even a 4-point road in addition. I'd do it. There's still a crossroads in place, so I don't like giving it back to my opponent. Oh, but this can also allow neutrals to block this invasion square. Yeah, so this was, but he doesn't do it. He doesn't see that Courtney is going to finish this big city, and I think with that, he's going to more than compensate the difference on the scoreboard. And with all these extra meeples, his position now is just incomparably better. But let's see how the Malaysian player manages to survive for 20 tiles with just one meeple in their hand. And they start with quick points, which is about as good of a move that they can make, but it wasn't the best move, I think. The best move, very hard to spot, was to go here and start a road and hope to finish himself a 6-point road whilst also kind of obstructing the city of Cotonou. I'm not sure it was the best though, but it was certainly a possibility. At some point, from Red's perspective, we really gotta place something over here and block that field connection. That's of strategic significance. Because if we can keep this field, we can still hold our own. What this move does for Cotonou, I have no idea. I think based on the timing, this was a field hallucination. So he was thinking about dropping a farmer here and figuring that it would somehow enter the main field. And then he realized, whoops, this farmer doesn't work. But I already placed my tile here, so I might as well just meeple something. I think this was going through his mind. And honestly, that's a way back from this position. No, I mean, not from this position, but from this situation of having, I think, not realized the issue with the fields. Field hallucinations is something that I've been guilty of a lot, both on and off stream. Mainly on stream. But yeah. Still, not a lot of damage. Now, a lovely, I was going to say road, but actually a field for Cotonou for 6 points. The road is up for grabs. Neutrals scoring 4 points and 3 points in his field and 1 point for his monastery. That's an 8-point move. Cotonou with the Dorito tile. Probably could continue his city. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Splitter tile for neutrals is fantastic. What exactly do we do there? I'm not sure. But some options include, we can go here, 1 monastery point, drop some city caps in our field. Obviously, then we're threatening to grow the field by a lot. But by growing field a lot, we also give a lot of invasion options back. Option 2 is we do something like this and try to prevent getting the city blocked. Because if Cotonou gets a curve, he's going to go over here and he's going to permanently block the square. So we might do something like this, still preserving the chance to draw one of the 2 remaining Dorito tiles. Instead, he goes for option 3, which is also pretty interesting. This is more like a spatial move, trying to prevent an easy field invasion, although it doesn't quite work, because Cotonou can still go here and drop a farmer, which he probably should do. The problem for him is that once he drops this farmer, a curve is going to follow soon for neutrals, and that'll be a very easy way for him to block the meeple. But also, it's not necessarily that going for the farmer right now is the best move. Yeah, going for this road makes actually much more sense. I mean, it's guaranteed 7 points. It's setting up the completion of the city, which now has become part of Yellow's field. But the main problem for the Japanese player in this position is not the position, it's the time management. It's actually a rather horrible time situation with 2 minutes remaining for 12 tiles. But I think yellow knows what they're doing. They're now developing their counter field, starting a new city. Also, it did require a lot of discipline to not go over here, which was a possibility, but it wasn't the best move. This is the most low variance approach here. Actually, I gotta give this guy a lot of credit for doing that. So now 8 points in the difference in the scoreboard. Neutrals has still monasteries and stuff, but overall I still prefer yellow's position here. Also wanted to point out something. There's actually no single city cap that fits into the square. All butterflies, all starting tiles, and... oh wait, no, there's still a dagger. There's still a dagger, I stand corrected. Yeah, so this is what he's waiting for. Also could be a crucial dagger. Because if he gets this meeple back, it's 8 more points, equality on the scoreboard, meeple majority, 2 monasteries here. Pretty good 12-point field. Quoting, he was trying to make a bit of a blocking move, not sure why. Oh, that's a huge tile. That's a 5-pointer for neutral, but does he even see it? He does. Oh, but it brings the fields closer together. A dagger for Corinu doesn't drop a farmer. Are there curves remaining to connect all the fields? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 1. So maybe we should block this, or we could just bet the entire game on the curve and go here and drop a farmer and hope for the last curve and hope to get ourselves a majority on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-point field, which has not an easy way of being reinvaded. Just double checking, there is in fact 1 curve still remaining. Or you could just block the square and try to keep the field separate and hope that your own main field with what is going to be 15 points, 5 completed cities, is enough, together with the monasteries, to compensate for the scoreboard difference and the long road of Corenu. We could also just ignore the square and gamble a little bit. Just go here and try to finish the monastery and score some more. But then if we do this, our opponent could go here and they could drop a farmer and they could go for that idea. Based on how the first game was progressing and based on the time trouble of yellow, I'm actually willing to just do something and press the clock, but oh boy. Oh, right, the fields have not been connected, duh. Because this guy here still needs a tile to go here. But does this tile even exist? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There is, yeah, and Corinu tries invading the big field. Well, there is the city cap tile, and that was the last one of its kind. So now this guy will be stuck at 9 points. I mean, not a bad point number to be stuck at, but still. Very interesting. Neutrals has a blocking move. Now this guy is obviously threatening to invade through a curve. And if one thing that the Malaysian has been very good at in this game, it seems, is actually tile counting. Because you can see by the timing of their moves how they're going through all the possibilities and just having their counts right, and have been consistent in the end games in the first and second game. But this was a bit closer to the end, with 6 tiles remaining, 5 in the deck, 1 in opponent's hand. It might be tricky to notice that the only reasonable way to permanently block this square is to do something like this, to make sure that the last remaining curve, or for that matter, the last remaining dagger, do not fit into that square. So that would be a way of taking away 2 tiles from his opponent. There would be, however, still a problem. The road Dorito would still fit there. But the road Dorito we can block later. We can get a regular curve and go over here. So something like this. It's a very difficult move to spot, and it also doesn't guarantee anything. For example, if a road Dorito is in Cotigny's hand, and there's only one of those remaining, then Cotigny is just going to connect to the field. And then after this, we're probably losing because we can't really reinvade. Although, you know what? One of the merits of this here move that I'm suggesting is the fact that after this invasion, if it succeeds, in the unlikely event it succeeds, it will give us back a perfect reinvasion platform through the top with a ninja farmer, and an unblockable one at that, given the fact that there are no crossroads remaining for separation. So this move, in fact, will be incredibly powerful. It will, first of all, reduce the number of tiles that fit into this critical square to just 1. And second, even if we get unlucky, there is always a chance to bail out, and he finds it unbelievable. Like, that's... And you can clearly see that this move was played like with tile counting in mind, because he was just like trying to figure out which kind of curves they are and like how to rotate them properly and which kind of dagger do we have. But Cotigny now makes another just absolute amazing move. It's not just adding 2 points to his city, it's saving up for another invasion platform. Because let's say if neutrals goes here, which they probably still should, trying to fully block this invasion square, then with the same Dorito with the road, they can go here and try to invade the field like this. And if I'm not mistaken, there's still one straight line available that would actually make it happen for them. So that's a very, very sneaky move. It looks like it's getting 2 points, but it isn't. Okay, now this is where the Malaysian slips up. Yeah, and Cotigny goes and... I was going to say drops a farmer, but he doesn't. And Red just... Honestly, I think this was a panic move. I think, because if you place a line like this, like he meant to drop a farmer there. He absolutely meant to drop a farmer there. He just like, I've done this before. And instead he just like clicked pass instead of clicking the meeple here. Because there's no reason to make this move if you don't have an intention, and it would have worked. It would have worked. Of course it would have, with 2 curvy tiles still remaining, and neutrals get himself some extra points. He's going to preserve himself the big field. Cotigny in time trouble, unsuccessful in his invasions, and just bam. Malaysia's going to win this. Malaysia's going to win this duel. Whew. Well, just make sure that neutral doesn't lose on time. He doesn't really have any good moves available. Actually, the only thing that he can do is score 3 points at the very top, which is off screen. Here. For this city here. For this city. Why am I suddenly speaking with an accent? For this city there. Yeah, just a absolutely spectacular game. Obviously, very back and forth situation. Lots of blocking, lots of lost meeples. But then suddenly, after blocking the invasion of the northern yellow meeple here, Red just managed to develop his field very, very quietly, taking care of all the invasion platforms. Then finding this here blocking move which was very difficult to find. Now, unfortunately for them, they didn't find the follow-up. It was more precise to go over here, but they just ended up drawing the last remaining Dorito tile that fits there, and that took care of the game for them. Caught a new issue with time management, and that's understandable. It's a very difficult game. He's gonna lose this one, and that's actually quite unfortunate for them, because I think if they were to have gone here with a meeple, which is what they meant to do, I guarantee you that, then they would have drawn, and they had a 66% chance to draw one of the two remaining curvy tiles, either the dagger or the whatever it was, either the dagger or the Dorito, from their perspective, and connect there. And then they would have gotten, instead of 3 points for this, they would have gotten a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, 18 points. So they would have had 15 points more, and the game would have been tied, and neutrals would have lost. Because they were the starting player. Fascinating stuff. So, from what I know, 1 Japan, 1 Malaysia, how we're doing on other tables. And the match has in fact concluded. So on tables 3 and tables 4, the highest rated player prevailed. On table 5, same thing. Tables 1 and 2, as predicted, this is where the real battle was. Neutrals, the only one to take a point for Malaysia, Nana Takyu, barely managing to defeat Rambo Pang, especially with some... No, wait. That was a different game. Rambo Pang. What was that game about? Can I start to forget it? Wait, I think I'm trying to I'm confusing several players here at once. No, this was this. Was that the one with the crazy farms? And the road monastery? Oh, yes. This beauty over here with this here invasion and then outscoring, and then the road monastery over here. And yeah, that was just so fun. Yeah, so Nana Takyu manages to get that one. So then before we start looking into all kinds of tournament situations and stuff like this, the important part is that we congratulate Team Japan on securing their spot in the playoffs and delivering a convincing performance here. So all rise for the national anthem of Japan. congratulations again to Team Japan. Now it's time to have a look at the tournament table real quick, and then do a preview of the second day, of the second half of today. So tournament table. Unlike Group A, which is what we covered earlier, Group E is going to be really quite straightforward. Japan on 3 out of 3, qualification guaranteed, and they're still going to be the favorite against United States in their final game regardless. So we're looking at probably a clean sweep. Malaysia still on 0 out of 3. They're still going to try and win their last game. I forgot who they're playing. Either the Netherlands or Czechia. And still, they're just trying to win as many duels as possible to gather as much experience as possible for next year. And we wish them the best of luck in that. Really, Group E-wise, that is it. Now, there's going to be plenty of interesting matches coming up a little bit later. So just go to the calendar there. 1600 UTC, we're starting with Greece, Guatemala. At 1700 UTC, there's going to be Germany, Poland. At 1800 UTC, there's Portugal versus Lithuania. And at 2000 UTC, United States against the Netherlands. And all of that is going to be covered in the next stream of today, which starts in about 80 minutes from now. I'm going to have a special guest together with me for that. I want somebody whom you not have seen before on my channel. So yeah, that really is the plan. Just make sure to like the video, meeple the like button. That's important for the algorithm, and subscribe for more competitive Carcassonne content like this, in case this is your first time here. And in case you like this stream very much, then consider using the super thanks function that I have recently enabled to support this channel. Then that's gonna be it. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna see you soon.